comment on.
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:03 and announce the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 3. Are there any public comment on closed session items, Mr. Hoffman?
There are no public comments regarded to closed session.
Okay, I'll close the public comment and we will recess into closed session and be back as close to 6 o'clock as possible. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. The Board of Education is resumed full in-person board meeting. Oh, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:14. The board met in closed session and no action was taken. Board of Education is resumed full in-person board meetings unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Public Health Department, the state, or by other legal mandate. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will also be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We are pleased to announce that tonight is student board member Jamie Nguyen's first board meeting. Student board members are allowed to cast a preferential vote on board agenda matters with certain exceptions consistent with the California Education Code 35012. A student board member's preferential vote shall not be solicited or made on matters subject to closed session discussion, including, for example, an employer-employee relations matter. Preferential voting is defined as a student board member's formal expression of opinion that is recorded in the minutes and cast before the official vote of the board. This means that student board members vote first, so their votes are taken into account, but their vote does not affect the final outcome of the board's decision. Welcome, Ms. Nguyen. For in-person public comment tonight, the following process will be used. Blue cards are available at the table outside the boardroom for anyone who wishes to address the board. If you wish to address the board, complete a blue card and hand it to the district staff member on my right. Please indicate whether the matter you wish to address is on the agenda or not on the agenda. If the matter is on the agenda, we will assume you wish to speak when it comes time to address that item, and we will hold your card until then. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's right to express ideas and opinions pursuant to applicable law and board policy. The board will not prohibit public criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all our students and to prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask when making public comment, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful students are watching and on the dais. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of the board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruption by any individual group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your assistance in helping the board keep its meetings efficient, effective, and respectful. In addition to any in-person public comments, the following process shall be followed tonight for Zoom audio public comments. Those indicating in advance of this meeting through the Google platform that they would like to speak during public comments using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon during the appropriate section of the meeting. At that time, your microphone will be unmuted. At your screen at home, there will be a message asking you to unmute. Once you click or tap to unmute, your microphone will be live and you will then be able to give your public comment. When your time is complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of the Zoom platform client to make live public comments. If you do not have the latest version, you will not be able to make your live comment. During your public comments through the Zoom platform, we will provide a reminder on the screen for when your time is over. And at the end of your comment time, you will be muted. We want to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to call on Mr. Ronnie Cobb from TR Smedberg Middle School. He is also with Mr. Wall. Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, you can take a seat for a few minutes. please. T.R. Smedberg Middle School is honored to recognize Mr. Ronnie L. Cobb as our education partner. Mr. Cobb has given a lifetime of coaching to Elk Grove Unified School District, beginning at Valley High School when he was 20 years old. 10 years ago, Mr. Cobb's son Kyle asked him if he would step in and coach when his 7th grade coach left the program. Mr. Cobb did and has been coaching Smedberg boys basketball ever since. Additionally, he is a 4-time Coach of the Year honoree. Mr. Cobb's teams, however, do not focus singularly on the game. Through the utilization of after-school study halls, annual community and volunteer projects, manhood development, and championship team building, Smedberg team members participate in the development of educational expectations and athletic preparation. Outside of the gym, Mr. Cobb has been a human resources professional for the last 29 years. He is currently the Director of Recruiting, Education, and Training for the Greater Sacramento Urban League. Mr. Cobb was also the lead representative for vaccine awareness initiatives for California. For all his work, he has been honored with the Difference Maker Award, and he is listed in the who's who among America's top professionals. All 3 of Mr. Cobb's children were proud Smedberg Wolverines: Sarah Lynn Elizabeth, Kyle Lewis, and Drew Aaron Cobb. Drew is currently a senior at Long Beach State, where he plays basketball. Ronnie Cobb will tell you he loves coaching, corporate team building, and program execution. But he sees his greatest accomplishment as that of being a father. We are honored to recognize Mr. Ronnie L. Cobb and thank him for his dedication to athletics and character development, not only in his own home, but in our home and in the community as well. Thank you.
Recite. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thanks for your work. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Mr. Cobb. Now we have our high school student representative reports from Consumnes Oaks and Valley High. If we could please start with our Consumnes Oaks representatives.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Tinsai Brahanu.
And my name is JC Nagosic.
And we are representing the Mighty Wolfpack. To begin, we'd like to report that CSF and NHS tutoring has started at the beginning of the school year and has been going on strong. Many students seeking help in various subjects like math, science, English, and history have been attending tutoring sessions after school and during our advocacy periods with our lovely student volunteers. Also, our wonderful counselors have provided college application tutoring sessions for our seniors. From this, hundreds of our seniors have participated in these workshops and gained valuable information on the college application preparation process. This year, we also put an emphasis on rebuilding the community within our school now that we are back on campus. Our amazing PBIS team has created an initiative at our high school using CO tickets like this one, which my teacher, Ms. Lobby, gave me, and which allows students and teachers to bond. Students can earn a CO ticket by being either responsible, respectful, honorable, or engaged, and either in their class or around campus. And since school has started, over 2,500 CO tickets have been given out by our staff. We also dedicate our advocacy class time every Tuesday to PBIS lessons. The feedback from students has been very positive in using this time to help them adjust to our return to campus. And I also believe it's especially important to integrate restorative practices into our school to promote a more positive learning experience for everyone. And moving on, our ASB class has also been planning a school year packed with events for our student body. So far, we have had 2 rallies on campus, one which was virtual and live streamed to all of our classes through Zoom, and the other which was held outside in our quad, both during lunch hour periods. And with the latter, we had students come together and showcase their talents and skills, from K-pop club to hype dance, which was really engaging experiences for performers and students watching alike.
Continuing with our school spirit, we started off with a spirit week at our school for our homecoming theme of decades. Monday was Mismatch Monday, where our students came in their wackiest outfits. Tuesday was Tacky Tourist, where students dressed up as surfers and in their beachwear. Wednesday was Decades Day to celebrate our first homecoming back on campus. Thursday was Dynamic Duo Day, where students came in outfits representing popular movie and TV show characters. And lastly, Friday was Formal Friday, where students got to showcase all of their semi-formal attire that would normally be seen at our homecoming dance. In addition to our homecoming week celebrations, we also held our annual club rush to introduce all of our students to the clubs on campus. And also our fall athletic programs have returned strong, with our women's volleyball team going undefeated within their league so far, and is currently placed 21st in Northern California. And our football team is also likely to make playoffs and compete against other teams all over the state. With the fall sports season coming to an end, we wish the best of luck to all of our winter athletes and hope they have a wonderful season. Thank you for your continued support, and remember that the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is the pack. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Great job. Our students from Valley High.
Good evening, Board President Mrs. Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Lillian Chang, and I am a senior.
And I am Asta Singh, and I am a junior, and we are representing Valley High School as its student board representatives.
Valley school year had a bit of a rough start, as we did not have a principal for the first month of our school year. However, we are now proudly led by Ms. Bridget Campbell, who was once our previous vice principal.
Yes, much deserved. Ms. Bell believes education is the opportunity for a better future, which is why, under her leadership, she will be continuing to focus on students in all areas of school, emphasis on student success.
As college application season has been creeping up on us seniors, Valley has been doing its best to support us. One event that has been very helpful has been Valley's FAFSA night. At this virtual event, over 70 families were able to learn what FAFSA is and how they can better prepare for the applications opening on October 1st. In addition to the FAFSA night, on October 26th, a Cash for College night will be hosted, in which families will learn how to apply for financial aid. At this event, a workshop called SAC State for All will also be there to help students with their application to Sacramento State University. Our counselors have also been working extremely hard to give class-by-class presentations about college and how to begin the application process.
Our Assets program, or after-school tutoring program, is offering enrichment and intervention for all major subjects on campus, including advanced placement courses. Not only are students provided with the help they need, but supper is also provided.
Avid has also served as an amazing resource for many students, many seniors like myself, who sometimes struggle to find the time to work on college apps. In class, we're given time to work on our college applications, as well as ask any questions we may have. In Avid, they're not only helping prepare students for college, but also preparing students for school by providing every Avid student with a planner. Many of our students don't have the resources to obtain necessary materials such as planners, so this has been a tremendous help to students on their way to success.
Avid has also been a huge help to their underclassmen as well. This week, we're starting our tutorials with college tutors. Beyond just educational support, Avid has been helping students transition back on campus, setting good, healthy habits for overall success. Our football team won their first victory over the past weekend against Florence.
And with this, we had a very special lunchtime activity in which we were able to recognize these student athletes for their participation in athletics, as well as boost school spirit. Valley's September 7th Senior Sunrise was also a major success. With an attendance of over 200 seniors, COVID protocols were still in place in order to ensure safety for all students. At this event, students were able to take Polaroid pictures, enjoy some breakfast, as well as write letters to our future selves.
Despite the COVID restrictions and loss of a homecoming dance, we're still planning having a week full of interactive activities such as decorating corners of school, window decor competitions, and an outdoor movie night.
Valley has also hosted its annual Club Rush, where over 15 new clubs are welcomed on campus. With clubs such as Key Club, Women's Empowerment Club, Video Game Club, and much, much more, we can see why the event was such a success. Every club had at least 25 interested members, and we can't wait to see how these clubs contribute to Valley's growing school culture. The staff at Valley High School has done their very best to ensure that the students are not only supported, but also heard. As evident through clubs such as Equity Committee, our school was able to open its first gender-neutral bathrooms, and we're continuing to fight for new tennis courts.
And with the constant support in our pathways, such as Avid, students are able to return to a sense of normalcy and are able to build positive routines once again. So thank you once again to all the staff at Valley High School for all their work.
That's it, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, cool. Thank
Thank
you.
Excellent job. And if we could please recognize the principals of these two fine schools, Mr. Origi and Miss Campbell. Thank you, students. You are excused. Thank you for the reports. It's great to have you back. Our next item is 2020-2021 Employees of the Year recognition. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item? Seeing no public comments, I'd like to call Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the school board, President Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and community. We'll try and continue the theme of celebrations tonight, and it is an absolute honor for me to present this item on the agenda. So before I even start with our employees, I want to say thank you to all our collective bargaining partners and all the staff who have come together this has been a comprehensive process, but tonight is a very special night. We will recognize some of the amazing people who, what I call, do the magic every day for us. And so it's a very special night for us. What we'll do is we'll ask our honorees to come down, get a plaque, get up here, and then once all of them are here, then we'll get the board down at the end to take a picture with all of them. We'll start off with the 2020-2021 ATU Employee of the Year, and I'm going to call upon Mr. Jesse Valenzuela, who is an instructor in the transportation department, to come up, please. Mr. Valenzuela. So Jesse has been instrumental in our efforts to recruit, train, and maintain school bus drivers during this challenging pandemic period. As a California Department of Education certified school bus driver instructor, Jesse has worked as an essential worker during the COVID-19, adapting recruitment and training procedures to onboard new school bus drivers during a national school bus driver shortage. Jesse helped write the curriculum and has restructured lesson plans and delivery methods, Zoom and Google Meet. Typically, we onboard 20 new bus drivers in a year, and Jesse has helped train 37 trainees so far that have yielded 14 new drivers during the span from February 2020 to February 2021. No training was able to be conducted from February 2020 to June 2020 due to COVID-related issues, so you can just get the scope of the work he has done within that short period of time. Jesse also taught the Zoom classes and led the trainees towards employment during this challenging time. In addition, the California Department of Motor Vehicles allowed school bus drivers to continue to drive if their license had expired due to COVID-19. And Jesse has worked hard to collaborate with all our 147 school bus drivers to maintain their credentials and ensure that no drivers have needed any DMV extensions during that time. Jesse collaborates constantly with our local California Highway Patrol as they work together in a new school bus driver certification and employment processes. Finally, Jesse is a pleasure to work with. He's positive, he's creative, and he's a professional. We are very fortunate to have Mr. Jesse Valenzuela, part of the Elk Grove Unified School District transportation team and part of our family. Thank you so much, Jesse. Our next employee of the year is our CSEA employee of the year, and I'm going to call upon Kerry Baez to come over, please. So Kerry is a paraeducator in our moderate severe classroom at Elk Grove Elementary School. This is what Kerry's principal has to say about Kerry. This could not have gone to a more deserving employee. Kerry is a beacon of light here at Elk Grove Elementary. Her professionalism and the high standards she sets for her students make her invaluable. Kerry is able to diffuse challenging situations with her students by using her skills and her gentle, calming tone. She's always the first to volunteer when a colleague is in need of assistance, and she is a true asset to our school. There aren't enough words to express our sincere gratitude for all that Kerry does for our students and school. Everyone agrees that to know Kerry is to love her. Congratulations, Kerry. You deserve this and so much more. Thank you so much for what you do for our students every day. Our next employee, I'm going to call upon the EG Teams Employee of the Year for administrative support, Zachary Moritz, High School Secretary at Monterey Trail High School. So for Mr. Moritz, this is what Ms. Ricks has to say about Mr. Moritz. I can't describe how excited I was to find out that Zachary Moritz is being recognized as Employee of the Year. What a deserving individual he is. Throughout all of my years working with Zach, the staff, and I have recognized his amazing heart and just how much he goes above and beyond to make sure everyone else in the school is successful. Not to mention how many miscellaneous facts he knows. But seriously, we are truly grateful to have such an amazing person giving his all to our school and to our community. Zach has an uncanny ability to make connections and to show that he cares genuinely about everyone as people. He backs it up with an unsurpassed work ethic while proactively looking for and finding solutions for anyone and for anything that might come up. But what makes him even more unique is that he's so uplifting and brings an element of fun and positivity to work that is contagious. He is truly someone that I admire, and I'm honored to call a colleague and a friend. Monterey Trail High School and Elk Grove Unified School District are extremely lucky to have Zachary Moritz on board. Congratulations, Zachary. Our next Employee of the Year is also from EG Teams and is our Administrator of the Year. And I'm going to call upon my colleague, Tommy Almatari, who's the Coordinator for Health Services. So like I said, Tommy is a Coordinator in Health Services and Student Support and Health Services. Tommy is a strong, compassionate leader. Prior to the pandemic and during the pandemic, her guidance, knowledge, communication skills, ability to build relationships and work through problems has greatly served Elk Grove Unified School District. Tommy works well beyond what is expected to ensure the health and safety of our students, staff, and families. No matter what time of the day or how much she's already juggling, Tommy is able to respond to the immediate need and do so in a confident, friendly, and caring way that provides comfort and reassurance. Tommy is an outstanding leader and employee and is well deserving of this recognition. Congratulations, Tommy, and thank you so much. Thank you for taking my late night calls as well. I appreciate it. Our next Employee of the Year is our confidential supervisory employee. And she's part of my amazing team. And I'm going to call upon Ginger Ornalis, our personal analyst in human resources. So Kerry Vandestar, who was our former director in human resources, said the following about Ginger. Having worked closely with Ginger as an analyst during the past several years, there is no doubt in my mind that she is deserving of the title Employee of the Year. I have witnessed firsthand how highly skilled she is and how passionate she is about her work. Ginger approaches each day with energy and enthusiasm and is always willing to assist wherever needed. If Ginger sees that something needs to be done or an employee needs assistance, she responds promptly with a positive attitude and follow through, exemplifying excellent customer service. She not only collaborates effectively with her own team, but also communicates regularly with other teams within the HR department, the district office, and at the school sites. Ginger sees the big picture of how our work affects employees, students, and families, so she's always willing to go the extra mile to ensure that everyone is taken care of. In addition to all of these strengths, Ginger also brings fun to our office. She does every day. She has a great sense of humor, and I know I can count on her to make me laugh, even on some of the tougher days. And finally, Ginger is deserving of the Employee of the Year because she's so reflective on her growth and she's able to be open and honest about areas she's working to improve. That mindset has led her to high skill level in both classified and certificated personal work, and it continues to drive her passion for the important work she does in HR on a daily basis. Thank you, Ginger. You're amazing, and congratulations. The next employee is our 2022 EGA Teacher of the Year in elementary, and I'm going to call upon Ms. Tammy Null to join us, please. Ms. Null is a 6th grade teacher at Markova Elementary School, and the retired principal of the school had the following to say. Ms. Null is a perfect choice for Teacher of the Year. Her energy and passion for teaching are admirable. Tammy is selfish when it comes to helping other teachers. Because Tammy was already progressively using technology in her teaching, she spent hours helping other teachers learn how to use the technology necessary when we were in distance learning. She created videos that teachers across the Elk Grove Unified School District could access to gain the skills required for teaching online. Beyond all this, Tammy is passionate about helping all students, no matter what their skill level, to become the best student that they can be. Tammy meets each child's specific needs every day. Her impact is immeasurable as a teacher, parent, and a leader in the entire Elk Grove community. Furthermore, we must mention that Ms. Null's media productions, students from across the campus joined her for the News productions and submitted 31 SEVA entries this year with multiple wins in various categories. I could go on and on. Suffice it to say, I'm so happy for you, Tammy, and there's not a more deserving teacher of this honor. Congratulations, Ms. Null. On the secondary side of things, for the 2022 EGA Teacher of the Year, I'm going to call upon Ms. Amy Resin, please. Ms. Resin is a 9th through 12th grade teacher at Consumers Oaks High School and teaches social science. Amy Resin is an outstanding educator, student advocate, and teacher leader. When you walk into her class, students are not only participating in rigorous lessons, they are engaged and having fun in her class. She is able to build strong relationships with students from her social science classes, yearbook, and now as a softball coach. Amy is unwavering in her advocacy for students and families and is always able to provide support for students who need the additional help. Amy is a natural leader who inspires and motivates her colleagues to be the best for their students. Thank you, Ms. Resin, and congratulations. I'm going to announce the 2021 EGA Educator of the Year, and I'm going to call upon Joel Allen Cobble, who's a school nurse in Student Support and Health Services, to come forward, please. Joel Allen has been a dedicated school nurse with Elk Grove Unified School District for over 20 years. Her wealth of knowledge and expertise provides guidance to other school nurses. She is always available to help problem solve issues and concerns and has been a mentor for many of our other nurses throughout the years. She is dedicated and committed to ensure students are safe and healthy at school and has built strong relationships with the school sites, students, and families. Jo Allen is well deserving of these recognitions. Thank you, Ms. Jo Allen Cobble, and congratulations. Our next employee is the PISWA Employee of the Year, and I'm going to call upon Ms. Teresa Gannon, who is a school psychologist in our preschool. Teresa Gannon's school psychologist colleagues describe her as the first person they seek out when they have questions about autism spectrum disorder. They share that she always has time to consult, observe, and advise, and they value her experience and expertise. Teresa provided invaluable leadership in the development and implementation of the PALS programs in the district. She currently helps to develop assessment caseloads within the PALS psych staff, and she's the lead psychologist, go-to person for any questions related to those programs. Within the PISWA organization, Teresa is their number cruncher, on whom they always rely in helping them to interpret items having to do with equations and numbers. Without any doubt, this honor is well-deserved, and we thank Ms. Gannon for her incredible contributions to Elk Grove Unified School District. Congratulations, Ms. Gannon. We had two employees who could not make it tonight, but nevertheless, we want to still honor them and recognize them for their contributions to our district. Our first employee who could not make it here tonight is our 2020-21 AFSCME Employee of the Year, and her name is Mary Jo Goes, and she is a food and nutrition packing lead with our Food and Nutrition Services Department. Michelle Drake, the Director of Food and Nutrition Services, had the following to say about Mary Jo. Mary Jo, you are a true school lunch superhero. This past year, you've been asked time and time again to think the unthinkable, to find a new way, to manage with less and sometimes without. But each time you're thrown a curveball, you consistently manage to hit it out of the park. You've taken on every challenge put in front of you. You'd be the first to tell me that you do not enjoy change. So frequently dealing with ever-changing situations was very overwhelming in the beginning. But you shared that you made a conscious decision. You were going to be open and willing to accept change. You were going to lean in instead of run away. And that's what exactly you've done. You've been an integral part of managing the stresses that came with overseeing a workload that could not easily be socially distanced or work from home. When management brought suggestions to you about how we might be able to work safer, spread employees out, change the packaging lines, increase the amount of food in one package, etc., you joined in the planning and found ways to make it happen. When we built holiday boxes and so much relied on the packaging team, you made it happen. As schools reopened and the workload shifted again, you gathered the troops and again are making it happen. Through it all, you've maintained a positive attitude and have shown a great deal of leadership in communicating with the other team members. Since the school closures in March 2020, you have been here day in, day out without fail. You are one of the hardest working people in the FNS department. And over the past year, never complain about having to be here or about the workload, even with all the outside factors that you have to juggle away from work. Mary Jo, I appreciate your hard work and dedication to the food and nutrition services team and the children of the Elk Grove Unified School District. You are instrumental in the department's success and so deserving of the honor of the Employee of the Year. Congratulations, Mary Jo, and thank you for what you do every day. Last but not least, our last employee who also could not be with us tonight is the 2020-21 NUHW Employee of the Year, Karamjit Kalkat. She's a mental health therapist with the Student Support and Health Services Department. Karam demonstrates unconditional acceptance and respect in her work with students and families. She never hesitates to be the first to offer support to colleagues, and her generosity is boundless and genuine. No matter what obstacles she faces, she's able to step back, pause, and move forward with kindness, humility, and skills that are needed to overcome challenges. Karam recognizes the multifaceted aspect of providing services and support as an MHT and continually works in her professional and personal growth to best serve students and families of the Elk Grove Unified School District. Karam Kalkat, thank you so much for your service and congratulations on being the 2020-2021 NUHW Employee of the Year. Take a picture, you can come close and take a picture. Thank you and round of applause. Congratulations to all our employees of the year.
Thank you to our well-deserving staff. I'd like to get moving on to resolutions. Okay, in this short time as they're headed to the lobby, I just wanted to announce we are missing our board member, Ms. Charis Espinoza, tonight due to COVID protocols. She would like to be here, but is following COVID protocols, as we all are. And so she will be missing tonight's meeting. We're going to start with the resolutions. Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are comments related to this item.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Mr. Espinoza.
Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, it is an honor to be able to present for the first time a proposal for this resolution on Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, a resolution that was originated by students and student activists in a 5th grade classroom in South San Francisco, went to the San Mateo County Office of Education, and from there spread across the state. And now we get to join in celebration of Ruby Bridges, her legacy, the integration of school and student activism. On that note, what brought this to our attention were indeed our students, including in particular our students from our Black student unions, including from Pleasant Grove High School. And so today to present the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day resolution, I have Maggie Beucci, the president of the Black Student Union from Pleasant Grove High School, and with us and supporting her, the advisors, Ms. Tamika Francis and Mr. Delaire Doyle. So Maggie, go ahead.
Good evening, board. Today I would like to present to you, as Mr. Espinoza has said, the proposition for Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. As part of the Board of Education's legacy of advocacy for equity and the value of diversity within our school district, members of the Board of Education have an opportunity to recognize November 17, 2021 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Ruby Bridges became a symbol for student activism and the civil rights movement at age 6, when she was the youngest of a group of African-American students designated to integrate schools in the American South. On November 14, 1960, Ruby arrived for her first day of school in New Orleans to an angry crowd of people who wanted to maintain a segregated school system. Her courageous act of showing up for school each day and ongoing advocacy continues to inspire efforts for equity, diversity, inclusion, and student activism. In adopting this resolution, EGUSD joins other California districts and the California legislature in celebrating the legacy of Ruby Bridges of student involvement and empowerment for an inclusive, diverse, validating, and equitable educational environment. And now I would like to share personal experiences in which I have experienced. As you know, I am a Black woman in the EGUSD district, and I have experienced the the liberation of some of the actions that Ruby Bridges has contributed to our society. And I have been in the EGUSD district for a long amount of time, attending Arnold Adriani in elementary, Catherine Albiani in middle school, and currently Pleasant Grove High School as a junior. And Ruby Bridges and her statements have allowed me, as well as other POCs, but particularly African Americans, to feel liberated and represented within our school district. And as I present myself for you tonight, I ask that you endorse the Ruby Bridges National Walk to School Day, so you can allow many others that look like me and also others that are afraid to use their voice in order for them to feel included. And thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution 27 that endorses November 17th, 2021 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day.
So moved.
Second.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. I'll call for a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Solir?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Forshina?
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Native American Heritage Month. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, no public comments related to this.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Mr. Espinoza again.
All right. Well, it's an honor to also present and recognize Native American Heritage Month in November. This is an effort that has been a partnership between the Educational Equity Department, our Native American Education Program, and the Curriculum and Professional Learning Department, in particular from Danielle Black, our program specialist for History and Social Science. I have with me Joshua Hoagland, who is our leader of the Native Ed program, and he will be doing a presentation after I read about the resolution. So it says the efforts to gain recognition for the significant contributions of the indigenous people of the United States can be traced back to more than 100 years. These efforts were further solidified in 1990 when President George H.W. Bush approved a joint resolution designating November 1990 as National American Indian Heritage Month. Similar proclamations under variations of the name, including Native American Heritage Month and Native American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month, have been issued since 1994. The month of November is a time to celebrate rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories, and to acknowledge the important contributions of Native people. The Native American Heritage Month is also an opportunity to raise general awareness about the unique challenges Native people have faced both historically and, just as importantly, in the present. Throughout the year, the contributions of Native Americans are presented in the regular curriculum. However, this special focus for 1 year or 1 month serves as a reminder of the combined contributions of Native Americans. During the month of November, school-based administration and staff are encouraged to thoughtfully plan culturally sensitive school-wide activities and lessons for students that further support and explore the history and cultures of Native Americans. This period of time can be used to celebrate the considerable role of Indigenous people of the United States played in this, that Indigenous people in the United States played in the establishment and growth of this nation. School sites should consider engaging with their local tribal communities to connect students with Native American contributions and cultural heritage. They can reach out to the Educational Equity Department and to Josh Hoagland for support with that. It is important to honor the ongoing contributions, achievements, as well as the cultural and historical legacy of the Native Americans. And with that, I hand it over to one person who identifies as Native, who has contributed very much to the success of our school district, Mr. Josh Hoagland.
Hi, my name is Josh Hoagland. I'm the program educator for Native American Education. I'm Concal, Mono, and Wailaki, and my family comes from Round Valley. But I was born here and raised here in Elk Grove. I'm going to share a song tonight with you guys. I'm going to share this Eagle Mountain song. It's a Paiute song. It comes from Bishop, California. I want to share it because I was out in the mountains earlier today and I was digging sweat lodge lava rocks out of the mountains with my spiritual leader and another elder, and it just felt good. So it got me thinking. We were out there and there was 3 eagles flying over us while we were doing it, and it's hard work, you know, but it's good work for us, for our community, for our Native American community. So I'm going to share the song with you guys tonight. Toya, toya, kwena. Toya, toya, kwena. Toya, toya, kwena. When I will say, yaga, yaga, kwe. Yaga, yaga, kwe. Toya, toya, kwena. Toya, toya, kwena. Toya, toya, kwena. When I will say, yaga, yaga, kwe. Yaga, yaga, kwe. Toya, toya, kwena. When I will say, yaga, yaga, kwe. Yaga, yaga, kwe. Toya, 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 kwena. When I will say, yaga, yaga, kwe. Oh, my relations. Apologize if I messed that up.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 23 that designates November 2021 as Native American Heritage Month.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Martinez Alier, seconded by Mr. Fortuna. It's a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. What a treat. Our next item is Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President, there are no comments related to this.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. A special good evening, Ms. Nguyen, and good evening, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. This resolution recognizes and acknowledges the significant contributions made by Californians of Sikh heritage to the state and affords the opportunity for students to understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich history and shared principles of Sikh Americans. The California Department of Education has designated the month of November as California Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month. In doing so, they note that this observance permits the society at large and the schools in particular to celebrate the achievements of Sikh Americans and also to re-examine society's role in preserving the civil rights of all of its citizens. And with that, I respectfully request the board give consideration to adopting resolution number 24 that designates November 2021 as Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month.
I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 24 that designates November 2021 as Sikh American Awareness and Appreciation Month.
So move.
Second.
Oh, thank you. It's a first by Dr. Martinez-Alier, a second by Ms. Jamerson. A roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
and myself, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Cerruti. Our next item is a Digital Citizenship Week in the Elk Grove Unified School District. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Then if you would please come present.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. The Board of Education is asked to approve resolution number 28 for 21-22 school year, which proclaims the period of from October 17th through October 23rd as Digital Citizenship Week. The California Department of Education designates the week of October 17th as Digital Citizenship Week. And Digital Citizenship Week strives to assist students in gaining the tools to be safe, productive, kind, responsible, and respectful members of online communities. In an effort to lead students in the ever-changing digital world, it is important to help students take ownership of their own online lives.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution 28, which proclaims the period from October 17th through October 23rd, 2021 as Digital Citizenship Week.
Move approval of resolution 28.
A second.
Moved by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Dr. Martinez Alier. Roll call vote, Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
and myself, it's unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is Red Ribbon Week. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you again, Madam President, and thank you for doing that, because I will do exactly the same several times in the course of reading this. The Board of Education is respectfully requested to recognize the efforts of teachers, staff, and administrators in support of Red Ribbon Week, October 23rd through the 31st, as part of a district-wide prevention program that encompasses education and positive youth development. This year's theme is Be Happy, Be Brave, Be Drug-Free. Red Ribbon Week is the oldest and largest proactive drug prevention program in the country. It is an awareness campaign designed to warn students about the dangers of alcohol, tobacco, and other drug use, so they will choose to be free of these barriers to success and wellness. Throughout the week, messages are delivered to students in various creative and positive ways, and whenever possible, student leaders are involved in planning activities at their schools. Currently, the district receives competitive grant funds that support a district-wide research-based prevention program that is implemented throughout the school year. The goal of prevention initiatives at elementary schools is to help students understand the harm that can be caused by alcohol, tobacco, and drug use, and equip students with the necessary life skills to resist negative pressure. All secondary schools participate in the district-wide prevention education program by supporting the Project Alert curriculum, Club Live, and Friday Night Live, Link Crew, Teen Intervene, the annual Middle School Leadership Conference, and Project Success at each of our continuation high schools. The Department of Student Support and Health Services offers parents and staff training on the development of those personal assets in students that will help them resist involvement with alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, and lay the groundwork for enhanced student achievement as well as other specific drug prevention programs. And with that, I respectfully request the board give consideration to adopt resolution number 25, recognizing October 23rd through the 31st as Red Ribbon Week.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 25, recognizing October 23rd through 31st as Red Ribbon Week.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez, seconded by Ms. Jamerson. Roll call vote, Ms. Nguyen,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
and myself, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next item is National Schools Psychology Week. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, please present.
We have some guests with us this evening. Several of our school psychologists are with us. And so President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Before I ask the board to adopt resolution number 20, recognizing November 8 through 12, 2021 as National School Psychology Week, I want to introduce Dr. Amy Miranda to come up and say a few words.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Ms. Avalos, and Superintendent Hoffman. The National Association of School Psychologists, NASP, has designated November 8th through 12th, 2021 as National School Psychology Week with the theme, Let's Get in Gear. The theme acronym, Grow, Engage, Advocate, Rise, highlights how school psychologists can empower children to grow in areas such as social skills, empathy, and compassion for others, as well as problem solving, goal setting, and academic skills. Throughout the week, schools across the country will be taking part in events and activities designed to highlight how school psychologists, teachers, and other school personnel work with students to get in gear and encourage them to learn and grow even in the face of difficulties. As a part of National School Psychology Week, school psychologists at Elk Grove Unified will be adapting resources and activities provided by NASP to practice getting in gear. This past year and a half have been challenging on many levels for almost everyone. We have a responsibility as school psychologists and educators to help our students navigate these challenges and engage in learning and the school environment to grow both personally and academically. School psychologists are particularly skilled at working with all members of the school community to create the capacity to support students' social, emotional, mental, and behavioral health, as well as their academic success. This comprehensive approach is critical to ensuring that all students thrive. The benefits of getting in gear applies to us as adults as well. It is important that we also focus our efforts reinforcing and uplifting the resilience of ourselves and our colleagues, particularly during these stressful times. Being engaged in the work, having opportunities to learn and grow as professionals, and taking time to nurture positive relationships is critical to our effectiveness. We work better as a team, and we are better able to create positive individual and systemic changes when we move together. At its most fundamental level, we are engaging hearts and minds when we truly get in gear. And with that, I would like to thank each of you for supporting your Elk Grove Unified School Psychologists. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, the Board of Education is asked to adopt resolution number 20, 2021-22, recognizing November 8 through 12, 2021 as National School Psychology Week.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 20, recognizing November 8th through 12th, 2021 as National School Psychology Week.
So I move resolution 28.
Second. Thank you. I have a first by Mr. Yang and a second by Ms. Jamerson. So roll call vote. Ms. Newing.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Solier.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you very much for all the work you do. We appreciate it, and our students too. We have one last resolution. Due to having one meeting and a workshop this month, we have a few more than normal. Week of the School Administrator. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments in reference to Week of the Administrator?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Singh.
Last but not least, the week of the school administrator. So research has demonstrated that district and school leadership is one of the most significant dynamics of schools and districts where high achievement occurs for all students, regardless of socioeconomic factors and home language or ethnic diversity. Therefore, in recognition of the dedicated efforts of school and district administrators to make a difference in the lives of children and to support the work of the teachers and the support staff who work in our schools, the state of California has identified the week of October 10th through the 16th, 2020-2021 as the week of the school administrator as per Ed Code 44015.1. With that, I humbly request the Elk Grove Unified School District to approve resolution number 26, 2020-21, 2020-22, recognizing the week of October 10th through the 16th, 2021 as the week of the school administrator in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 26, recognizing the week of October 10th through 16th, 2021 as the week of the school administrator in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So move.
Second.
First by Dr. Martina Soler, a second by Mr. Yang. It's a roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Our next item is student expulsion involuntary transfer recommendations, requests for student expulsions. Is there anyone who wishes to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the recommendation for student expulsion.
I move approval of the recommendation for student expulsion.
I have a first by Mr. Fortuna, a second by Ms. Jamerson. It's a roll call vote. Dr. Martinez, oh, sorry. Oh, okay. We won't vote on this because it has to do with students. Okay. Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Yang? Mr. Yang, I am so sorry.
I was gonna say, who was that? Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is public comment. We have 8 Zoom public comments and about 12 blue card comments. Is there anyone who would like? We have a 3 versus 2 minute. Thank you. A show of
3.
hands.
3.
Okay, sounds great. Let's get going then. Dr. Martinez-Soler?
So for the following public comment, I have a few grouped together, so bear with me. And I'm going to call the first group up at one time. It's Heather Morris, Washington, with Ken Washington. Is it Dalita Robinson? And then Lakeisha Smith. And my understanding, it's most of is yielding time to one person. Is that correct, I believe? Yes, okay.
Yeah, this was
Okay.
building time to me.
Okay.
Do they need to stand here the whole time?
I'm gonna try to time it all as one, so bear with me here. Okay. The full time, they could support me.
Thanks, guys. We have a lot of family and friends as well as coworkers here tonight supporting us. So my name is Heather Morris Washington. I'm a parent of Ariana Washington, who's a current, soon-to-be former student of Albiani. Thank you. Ariana Washington's a 12-year-old, hardworking, fun-loving, God-fearing, talented Black girl. She's an entrepreneur, starting her own business in the 5th grade, principal list, honor roll student, recipient of the Presidential Award, and already has identified her major in college and visited her #1 college choice, Howard University. She's the epitome of Black girl magic. On August, sorry, it's emotional. On August, on an unknown date, my daughter was pulled into the VP's office, Ms. Kushos, because an alleged 8th grader advised my daughter was looking at her while in the locker room. My daughter asked why. My daughter was asked why she was in the locker room, and my daughter advised she was coming in from PE, changing, and waiting for her friend. The VP, however, moved Ariana to a different locker away from her friend and placed her locker near the PE teacher's locker room office. The reason why the date is unknown, there's no documentation that this meeting ever occurred with my daughter. No call or written communication was received by either parent, and there's no record in Synergy or Parent View. On Monday, September 20th, I received a phone call from my daughter, distraught and crying, that the VP had her schedule changed and banned her from the locker room because the same alleged 8th grader said my daughter was looking around the locker room. Again, no phone call or email from the school. Ariana's father and I immediately went to the school demanding to meet with the VP. We sat with the VP, Ms. Couchot, as well as Principal Bahar. They both apologized verbally for not advising us back in August, but that it was nothing major and a minor incident. They further apologized for taking disciplinary action before speaking with us. They advised my daughter failed to follow a verbal directive given to her in August by the VP to get in and out of the locker room. At that time, we were put under the impression she violated policy by looking around the locker room. We advised, however, that punishment was still not acceptable. They advised they would not overturn their decision and ended the meeting, advising that they had to get to other things. When my husband and I tried to prolong the meeting due to no resolution, they scheduled a meeting for Wednesday, September 22nd. That night, my husband and I read through all the district information and her PE syllabus. We found that our daughter followed her class syllabus, being in and out of the locker room within 5 minutes, as she has no tardies on her record. Further, she never violated any other written policy and should have never been pulled into the office back in August. Additionally, at the time of the second alleged accusation, my daughter was actually in the locker room, still in PE clothes with her PE teacher because my daughter's asthma was severely flaring, requiring her inhaler. At 7:55 Tuesday morning, September 21st, I sent an email to Ms. Couchot and Ms. Bahar advising there should be no disciplinary action against my daughter based on the rules dictated in her PE syllabus and her not violating any other written policy. Further, they needed to reverse their decision immediately regarding her being banned from the locker room and changing her schedule. No response was received. At 11:21, I received a phone call from my daughter that same day, hysterically crying because she was denied access to the locker room. She then went to the bathroom to change and was unable to enter because the bathroom was full. She then went back to the locker room and was denied access. My daughter, with no other options, had to change outside on the blacktop in front of the locker room in public view. My daughter was humiliated and degraded, contacting us from her phone when the PE teacher subsequently told her she was too close to the locker room. Her phone was taken away and my daughter was escorted to the office. Her friends started calling me, letting me know what was happening. Again, no phone call or written communication from the school and no record in Synergy or Parent View of her having to go to the office or the incident. My husband and I were immediately at the school and went due to the ongoing decimation of our daughter having to change clothes outside, essentially being treated like an animal, no regard for her mental health and having to do this, and further harassment with her phone being confiscated and subsequently escorted to the office. The office assistant called Ms. Bahar when we arrived over the radio, notifying her that we were in the office. After about 15 minutes, Ms. Bahar then walked into the office meeting us with an armed Elk Grove police officer. Ms. Bahar was clearly trying to use police presence as an intimidation tactic toward a Black family. However, the officer was a fraternity brother of my husband and excused himself from the meeting. We sat with Ms. Bahar and her assistant Karen, discussing why our daughter was forced to change outside on the blacktop and the discipline imposed. Ms. Bahar just kept stating she violated the alleged verbal directive given by the VP in August and that she could have changed in the bathroom. Again, no concern for my daughter's mental health or even her physical safety of having to change outside, no empathy shown, and no care or concern for a Black child. When pressed to advise us what written policy my daughter violated, she kept referencing an alleged verbal directive. when we advised her that there is no written policy. My daughter followed all the rules in her PE syllabus and violated no other Elk Grove Unified School District policy. At that time, Ms. Bahar became visibly frustrated, then proceeded to fabricate a statement and blatantly lie, essentially accusing our daughter of making a sexual statement about the alleged 8th grader back in August. The principal that represents your district now sexualized my daughter and questioned her sexual orientation. Ms. Bahar's falsified statement was so egregious and distasteful in nature that such an allegation would have been addressed with us back in August, documented in writing with a full investigation and due process. But mind you, just the day prior, we were told by her and the VP the incident in August was no big deal, a minor issue, that she was just looking around the locker room and needed to be out more timely. So now you have a principal that's falsified events and intentionally destroyed a reputation of a Black child. Ms. Bahar then ended the meeting advising she was not changing her stance in banning our daughter from the locker room and advised us to take it up with the superintendent as she had to get to yard duty and walked out. My husband and I, when we got home, immediately called and notified Dr. Bessler's office of the incident, leaving a summary with her secretary. Wednesday, September 22nd, my daughter notified me she received a note to go to her counselor's office. I immediately called the school and spoke with her counselor, Ms. Miller, and advised I did not want the administration to have any contact with my daughter. Ms. Miller advised that my daughter's schedule was going to be changed back and that she would have full access to the locker room. Thursday, September 23rd, Ms. Couchot and her counselor came into my daughter's English class, walked around to make their presence known, walked by my daughter, and exited without saying anything. This had not been done since the beginning of the school year and can only be seen as an intimidation and retaliatory tactic against my daughter. Monday, September 27th, Ms. Bahar entered and sat in the back of my daughter's first class of the day. Again, this had not been done since the beginning of the school year and only can be seen as another intimidation and retaliatory tactic against my daughter. On Tuesday, September 28th, Lorene, now to my right, sent an email to Ms. Bahar, Ms. Couchot, Richard Gutierrez, and at that point, somehow they have no longer been in the classroom with my daughter, but we still have not received a response to our email. So why does my daughter have to leave a school that is near her home, where she's actually excelling and loving her classes, and leave her friends in order to feel safe from school leadership? My daughter has suffered unimaginable psychological and emotional trauma, as well as our family, as a direct result of Ms. Couchot and Ms. Bahar. So how do you have Ms. Bahar and Ms. Couchot leading a school and representing your district? They themselves failed to follow Elk Grove Unified School District policy and procedure. They denied my daughter, a Black child, due process. They willfully demeaned my daughter, a 12-year-old Black girl, by giving her no choice but to change outside for PE. They provided no social justice for my daughter. They blatantly fabricated accusations against my daughter and assassinated a Black child's character. They continued with ongoing discriminatory behavior against my daughter. They showed retaliatory behavior against my daughter, and they knowingly and purposely continued their harassment. Unfortunately, for Black children, this is not the first time this principal has targeted, unfairly disciplined, as well as unreasonably suspended a Black child at Albiani that had to be overturned by the superintendent. So you can have your days, you can have your weeks, you can wear your ribbons, but as Desmond Tutu said, if you're neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. So if you, as the Elk Grove Unified School District School Board, allow them to maintain their positions at the school and in your district, you are co-signing and consenting to their appalling, abhorrent, horrific, discriminatory, and racist behavior and actions against my daughter. I'll defer my remaining time to my husband.
So next. Oh. Yeah. So it's Charles Washington, and the other names are Cassandra Washington and Casaria Washington. So I'm putting 9 minutes on the clock. Is one reading, my understanding? It's only one person reading, right? Okay.
Evening, members of the board. You just heard my wife. You see what state she's in. So at this point in time, I won't go all into what she went through because I think that she outlined it perfectly. But what I would like to do is to address another incident that affected our family, and it's a circle. So that incident was 3 years ago. A good friend of mine, his son, Jalen Flannery, who was a basketball player here and a student athlete, was treated unfairly after getting into a physical altercation with the white student who came out the bathroom stating that he had urine on his hands and then proceeded to put his hands on Jalen, who physically then restrained the student. Jalen was then suspended for his actions. During the due process, he didn't receive fair treatment. Principal Bahar, she had a hard stance in there stating that the young man had water on his hands and it was no merit for Jalen's actions. Now, again, we spoke about Ms. Bahar and it's the leadership. So today I'm addressing the leadership in that we know of 2 incidents where Ms. Bahar has not been fair to a Black student. My daughter didn't receive due process at all. My background is law enforcement, so I might refer to that in law enforcement terms. But in my field, you are innocent till proven guilty. It has appeared that both of these students were pretty much guilty until proven innocent, but with my daughter, she didn't even get a due process. I think that's unfair. I don't see how my daughter was provided any equity in the fact that you told her that she had to dress in the locker room. Now, to add to that, when we were in the meeting on Tuesday that my wife had addressed with Ms. Bahar, and I had just told her, again, looking for empathy, because I think empathy is big when you work with kids. I worked with kids for over 20 years in the youth detention center. You shouldn't work with kids if you don't have a level of empathy and you're not flexible in your thinking. So in speaking to Ms. Bahar, I had just told her something personal. I said, well, you know what? My daughter doesn't even like sharing the bathroom with her brother. And her reply, a little snarky and abrasive, it has stalls. So, I mean, this leadership is very questionable. I didn't see the common sense in that reply. In that position where you have 2 parents that you've put in this position because of the way you treated their daughter, you would think that there would just be a little more common sense. And then to just end the meeting as non-resolved and to speak to the superintendent. I mean, it was almost like I was speaking to a spoiled young girl whose father owned the company and she worked there and she did something and she didn't care because she knew that there wouldn't be a consequence. So with that said, with Jalen Flannery, his case was reversed. It went to the superintendent. It was reversed. The same thing in this situation with my daughter. But what this said is that everything starts with the leadership. So here, Ms. Bahar, had this been addressed prior, because this was 3 years ago, and now we're 3 years later, we may not be here. We may not be dealing with this because at this point in time, it is obvious that there's an issue in regards to the leadership. And that Ms. Bahar, I believe is racist, and I hate to utilize that word, but I'm familiar with racism. I know how it looks, I know how it speaks, I know how it talks, I know how it walks. And just the sad thing about it is that, you know, my grandmother was born in the 20s and my mom was born in the 40s and I was born in the 70s. And my daughter was born in 2009. And we're still dealing with the same common denominator, which is race and color. So honestly, I hate to sound frustrated, but I don't think this is going to change. It's not going to change with your diversity training because all the training is a tool for you to utilize. It doesn't change hearts. And when you're dealing with kids, you really have to have a heart. And I just haven't seen that with the principal or the VP there. I haven't seen any diversity on the campus itself. When I walked in the office, it didn't look like me. It didn't look like my daughter. So, I mean, I think we also probably need to address our recruiting. And naturally, we feel comfortable with our own reflection. And that's just reality. That's honesty. We grew up with our family members or whatever the case may be. When I walked in the office, I didn't see anybody that looked like me or my daughter. So I don't really understand how you understand diversity or how you could feel that empathy. Unfortunately, my daughter doesn't look like Miss Bahar's niece or nephews or whatever the case may be. And her personal values have been brought to the forefront. It's not like we wanted to say this. This is what she presented to us, and she really didn't care. And so that's why we're here today. My daughter, unfortunately, is now leaving that school because as a father, I mean, she has to have her dignity. She has to have her comfort. Not only has Black students been affected, but you got Black families not being respected, no deference shown. I actually sent out an email to Mr. Gutierrez, I believe on the 25th, still haven't heard from him. So I don't see where there's a level of deference for the Black student or the Black parent. That's your job, that's your position. I'm a retired probation officer. I paid taxes for over 25 years, still paying them now. Like, we pay for salaries. So can I not get some level of deference, some level of respect? You just can't return my email. And then he just returned the email yesterday and stated that the email got lost, that it's in some file. How is this in some special file when it's your personal email? So they lack integrity. The leadership has lacked integrity. The leadership has been dishonest. And I feel at this moment, this time, that Ms. Bahar and VP need to be extracted because she has shown a pattern of not caring. And she is also, I mean, to be honest with you, she didn't even have her ducks lined up to even say what she said to us. Just, it's not resolved. Speak to the superintendent. I mean, to say that, you would think that you'd had enough common sense to have your ducks lined up, but you didn't. You knew that you were wrong. But in my experience dealing with a racist, it's not about them being wrong. It's just about you not being right. And that's just how I felt through my experience. Like, she just didn't want me to be right. Because she knew she was wrong. They apologized twice for their actions. There was no conflict resolution done, which would have been easy. You didn't call us, which was easy. And then you fabricate some information because you saw we were a little more thorough than you thought when we sat down. Once we looked at the syllabus and once we looked at your policy and your procedure. And when I asked you what ed code violation did my daughter break, you couldn't share it with me. You just kept repeating she didn't follow directives. Okay, actually she did follow directives. Directives was for her to get in and get out. She got in and got out. You're telling me that because she looked around? Yeah, she looked around. She's waiting on her friend. Is she not to look around? Is she not to pay attention to her surroundings? Again, all you had to do is call your parents, call the parents, or do a conflict resolution. Bring that girl in, bring my daughter in, and rectify. We want them to handle situations like adults. So they did nothing in line to whatever your policy and procedure is, and they represent the board. They represent the school district. And sadly enough, I just don't feel like it's going to change until something like lawsuit happens, like with my department. Then it changed. You know why? Because it was affecting salaries. Once it affects salaries, then people make changes. But just, oh, we're doing training. The training is not going to change the heart. Again, it's a tool and it's an appreciative tool, but people have to want to embrace it. And when you're working with kids, you have to really want to work with kids. You can't just be clock watching and watching the time and just doing it for the salary. That's my time. Thank you.
The next two, I believe it's one speaker, but with the one speaker, Lorraine Pryor and Deborah Buckwith.
Good evening. I'm gonna speak for Miss Deborah, if that's okay. All right. Thank you very much. So the last time I was here, I asked you all, what happens when your staff are the bullies? I have not heard from anybody since the last meeting. It's unconscionable to me that we are, 2 months into the school year. I came to you in April. I presented a proposal to you. I've sat and I've jumped through every hoop you've expected me to, just so we could put supports in place for Black children and their families. We have had 6 complaints in the last month or so. At what point does the board step in and start giving some directives to your staff to knock it off? When do you tell your staff to knock it off? These are children. There's no way a 12-year-old should have been banned from a locker room, especially when I keep seeing these different resolutions about LGBTQ awareness. I mean, is there something wrong with the little girl looking around the locker room that would justify banning her from it? And then the 12-year-old has to make an executive decision, be late for class, or change on the blacktop because no other options were afforded to her. Where's the action? We come in here, we see all these, nice little awards and everybody's celebrating, and then you have Black families traumatized by your staff on your schools. There's nothing to celebrate at all. If this group of students continues to have this problem in your schools, at what point do you dedicate resources to figure out how we stop the hemorrhaging? We got to have more mothers like Heather come up here and cry in front of you. What is it going to take? Because we're getting frustrated with the lack of inaction. We're getting frustrated with the lack of empathy, sympathy. I came before you, 3 years ago and told you this is not a mindset thing, this is a heart issue. And the Father just backed me up on that. There's something poison in your pool. Mindset training is not going to fix it. Having people in your compliance department that continue to keep the institution blameless is not going to fix the issue. So what are we going to do, Elk Grove? What are we going to do? What do you expect of your staff and your teachers? Because while we're out there picking up the pieces of these broken children that I told you about last time, you're continuing with business as usual. There ain't no business as usual. When you have these children who can't sleep at night, who are tossing and turning, who get anxious and heart palpitations when your staff walk in the room, if it was your children, you would change it. So why is it different for Black children? Why do we have to come and bring issue after issue after issue to jump through your hoops, to work with your staff, to be available for certain meetings, and we still have this stuff happening? I sent an email to your director regarding this family September 28th. I received a response yesterday. The response said, "Oh, your email went to a special folder. I need y'all to figure out if my emails are now tagged and they're going someplace else, because your principal over at Sheldon said the same thing. It's going to junk mail." Somebody needs to figure this out. I don't have a problem doing the work, whether or not I partner with you all at all. I don't have a problem. The problem I have is when you get dedicated resources that are supposed to stop the hemorrhaging of student groups and you intentionally ignore Black children. And you find everything else to do with the money that was given to address certain issues. That's where I have a problem. I don't need to partner with you. I'm not hurting for resources. I'm not begging you to see Black children as commodities. I'm begging you to knock it off. I don't want to see another mother like Heather up here, frustrated because her baby was treated so disrespectfully on one of your campuses, and nobody has responded. We got to do media and then hear the downplaying. Well, we acknowledge the 2018, 2019 data. Yeah, that's your last active school year. You're supposed to acknowledge that. But don't say that the numbers are false. Your numbers shouldn't be the same when all the kids were at home. Duh. So now that we're coming back to school, what are you going to do differently? Because what you're doing right now is not working for us. And I'm sorry to tell you that. It doesn't work for us. And we are one of the student groups in this district. And so there's going to need to be some dedicated resources to stop the hemorrhaging that Black families are experiencing in this district. Period.
Next is, I believe it's Annette Lam. L-A-M, last name. It will be followed by David after.
I'm going to be speaking for him.
Okay, so I can put the time for both, right? Like
Yes.
6 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, I want to just say right now that, sitting here, watching all of the, teacher of the year and everything, and here I am back again. And this is the same school that these other couples just came up here and talked about the disrespect of their child, okay? By the same principal and vice principal of Albiani. So now what I want to give you is another piece of information about how these two, principal and the vice principal, need to be removed from that school. And the reason for it is because they are just plain out racist. I'm gonna call it, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and use some fancy words here. I'm gonna call what it is. They're racist. They don't treat the Black children right. They don't treat the Mexican children right. They don't treat Vietnamese correctly. Everybody that is a different nationality somehow gets the short end of the stick. So this young man is in the school. He's being bullied. Ever since COVID-19 has happened, we got people running around, go back to where you came from, this, that, and the other. And then when the kid says something, the person that's trying to defend himself is the person that you guys want to suspend. Oh, you send him home. He did this, he did that. You don't even bother to try to have any kind of conversation. And when the parents are trying to talk, these are your options. Your options are, he's gonna go home, he's gonna do some suspension, and if we have one more little incident, then next we're going to the board. So we're gonna go to the board because we're quick to expel our children. Now, you could take the same situation and it could be, and I hate to say this because it always seems to be like, oh, you're playing this card, but you could take the same kid, a white child at that school, and if they said, this one here was doing this to me, this one here was doing that, there would have been a phone call, there would have been conflict resolution, there would have been something. But no, when you see them, oh no, we have a strict policy about that. We have a no running in the hall policy. I mean, we're suspending people for running. Oh, he had an outburst in the school. You didn't hear nothing else. And then this is the other thing that I just really want to get off. I've said this plenty of times before, because I had to say this not too long ago, again with my kid. I would like you guys, really, the Elk Grove School District, I need you guys to stop pretending that you guys are police officers, because you really, all you're doing is victimizing our children. You're talking to them, you're investigating them. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know how to do that. I don't think that training has sunk in, But I am tired of you going out, oh, we're doing our investigation, and then you go talk to a bunch of kids who don't like another group of kids. And of course, you're gonna get the same answer because it's all fabricated anyway. You're doing your investigation. And then you wanna go in and march them out with the police officer. It's embarrassing, it's humiliating. And why are you doing that? That's traumatizing to a child. I just don't understand why this continues to happen. School really just started. School really just started. I got a call and someone's telling me, oh, yeah, and so we're doing our investigation. Investigation what? You mean to tell me 2 kids came in there and they were like, we were playing and I said this and he said that, but we're fine. But you want to still do an investigation and you come calling me? I got a lot of words for you when you come call me. You got to allow children to be children. You got this child right here. He doesn't even want to go to school anymore. That's terrible. Do we have to pull our children out of your district? Do we have to homeschool our kids just in order for them not to be traumatized? You guys are you got them building up a record that stays with them everywhere they go. Like it's a record, like they're prisoners, like they're convicts. We pay taxes. We don't want to see our children with a record. We don't. This is not the prison to pipeline type of system. They go to school to get an education, not to go in there and have all kind of marks on their records, can't get into a college. I want to tell you something because I know my time is out, but Black children go to college too. There's a lot of kids that go to college. We want to be accepted to college. We don't want to have marks on our record that we can't go to school. See what I'm saying? We don't want to have something that every time they go to another school or another class, they already have a paper that said, this kid is a bad kid. And then anytime they stand up, if they sneeze, if they look the wrong way, you're sending them to the office. If you don't have people in there with the proper skill that they can handle a 7th grader or an 8th grader without humiliating them, we have a bigger problem here. So I'm here, not just this, I wanted to show you that this is happening. Now we have, the crazy part of it is that you know that this is happening. You know that Asian kids are being taunted daily, and people don't necessarily know the difference between a Hmong, a Chinese, a Cantonese, a Vietnamese, a Japanese. They're just talking crazy. And then when a child goes and tries to defend themselves or express themselves, you're gonna punish the victim? That's what we do now. That's what we're doing now? We're okay with that? This has got to stop. So here we are, the same junior high school, and the same principal and the same vice principal leading the pack. That's a problem. And I really want you guys to address it. I really want you guys to take it seriously. So I'm not gonna sit here and be all kumbaya with you and talk all nice to you guys. This is a problem and I'm sick of coming up here. I am. And I would love to see some action. I don't want to see people get up here and say, hey, I'm at the Black Student Union and woo, Pleasant Grove is great. Good for you. Glad. But we know that Pleasant Grove is not great. We know that Elk Grove is trying to improve, but you can really improve if you do the research and get these people the proper training and stop victimizing our children. That's it.
Next, I have Amelina Mendoza, and then followed by Joe Ramco.
Good evening. Last meeting, when I was here, I expressed my concern regarding the COVID shot mandates to the employees of this district. And now we Our beloved governor had probably announced that pretty soon they'll require children to receive this shot, and if not, then they will not be able to attend school. So my question is, why vaccinate children from a disease or virus that doesn't greatly affect them? This is evil. It's immoral, it's unethical, and it's unconstitutional. If you sit there and don't do anything, if you don't speak up against this, you are part of this evil doing. Do you know how many children died with complications from COVID since it all started? According to the California Department of Health, 11 children under age of 5 and 26 between the ages of 5 and 17. And I'm not saying that those lives are not important, they are. But when you compare to how many children died of the flu in 2019, 195. 195. So how do you justify these draconian restrictions that you're imposing on people and now on children? This is a government overreach, and you must have the courage to speak against it. In addition, according to the Boston Children's Hospital in 2019, suicide was the second leading cause of death among children and adolescents, the ages 13 to 19. Suicide. On the long list of the causes that people commit suicide, you know, one of the things that was there, lack of social support and isolation. Do you think our children has the support that they need to succeed when you are restricting every movement that they do, when you're restricting them from the social activities that gives them life? If you don't speak up, board, on the behalf of your constituents, and if you don't do your part to push against this tyranny, this is a tyranny, you are part of it. And I'm sorry to say, you don't deserve to sit in that chair. Evil will never be satisfied. It will continue to suck the life out of people until it's completely gone, as we can see with the suicide rate going up 50% among these age kids. What we've been witnessing here in the last year and a half regarding mandates are pure evil, and it must stop. And for the record, HIPAA law protects the right of the people to have their medical information confidential. So even for your employees or the children of this district, even if they are vaccinated, they don't have to tell you anything about that. And you should not ask them that, because it's their medical information that they have the right to keep from you. Coercing people to do so, it's immoral and it's unconstitutional. Why don't you ask for data? I spoke to your chief of human resources. There's no data that the state sends you. Why don't you ask for them? Analyze the data for yourself. How long is this restrictions going to be going on? What does need to happen in order for this restriction to be lifted up?
Can you please finish?
Yes. Let's stick to the science, not feelings. Let's make rational decisions, not just comply with directives that violate people's rights. And listen carefully to your constituents, please. Thank you very much.
Joy, followed by Misty.
My name is Joy Racimo. I am currently working as a paraeducator at Joseph Sims Elementary School, and I work in an intensive PALS class. I have been with the district for 5 years now, going on 6. Working with children is my passion, It's what I love to do, especially working with children with special needs. But I don't know how much longer I can do this because I am drained. Every day, we paras, and I brought a lot of paras today. We are short-staffed, overworked, exhausted, and severely underpaid. We are constantly shuffling ourselves between classrooms to assist where we are needed the most. As a district, we have over 100 vacant paraeducator positions. What are the district's plans to fill those positions? What are you guys doing to fill those positions? I've only heard of one thing so far that the district has done to address this issue. Substitute teachers are coming into our classrooms with very little to no experience working with children with special needs. They are working as paras and they are making up to $350 a day. Personally, I feel like that is a slap in the face to us district paras who do this every single day and only make a fraction of that. We are rarely working in compliance with proper student to staff ratios in our classrooms. That makes it very hard to provide the students a proper learning environment, attention, and not to mention being able to keep the kids safe from hurting themselves and others, including us paras. We are working in survival mode every single day. And now, aside from our working environment, I live in Elk Grove. I pay taxes in Elk Grove, and I currently work 3 jobs to survive in Elk Grove. Work for the school district, they say. They have great benefits and retirement, they say. But what they don't tell you is after all of those great benefits and retirement and taxes come out of your paychecks, our paychecks are once a month paychecks. I only take home $1,500 a month. I am a full-time employee for the Elk Grove Unified School District. We live in one of the most expensive states there is to live in, and I make $1,500 a month. Does that sound like a livable wage to you? Could any of you live off of $1,500 a month? The answer is no. My rent here in Elk Grove is over $1,800. What about food, utilities, my car, insurance, gas? The list goes on. We're asking for a livable wage. That is all. A wage that could provide any one of us with all of the necessities that we need to survive in Elk Grove. Is this too much to ask for? The district sends us emails and asks us to tell our friends and families to apply to work for the school district. Now I'm going to ask you, after everything that I have shared with you today, why would I do that? Thank you for your time.
Misty Wilhelm.
Good evening. My name is Misty Wilhelm, and I'm a paraeducator with Elk Grove. I've been with the district for 6 years now.
You want to pull your mic up, ma'am, just so we can hear you a little bit.
Sorry. So Joy talked a little bit about what we as paras go through every day. I want to explain to you why we feel like we are underpaid. Every day in our PALS program, we work in the mod severe. Paras are kicked, hit, scratched, bitten, and spit on. Over the last 6 years, I've seen paras with broken fingers, broken toes, broken arms, and other various injuries. These injuries are not caused by paras doing anything wrong or by students being abnormally violent. Many times it's due to understaffing.
The day-to-day risks of our jobs and keeping our students safe is our #1 priority, and it is draining. A few years ago, I had a student who was running towards an open gate that went to the street. I was chasing him, and just as I went to grab him, he tripped, and I tripped over him. I didn't want to land on my student, so I twisted to the side and could not catch myself. After I got the student back to class and my adrenaline came down, I realized I was severely hurt. But we were understaffed. My incident happened at 8:15 in the morning, and I could not leave my job in good conscience because I knew my staff and my students would not be safe if I was not there to help them. By the time I got to the doctor after school, it had been 8 hours. And what I thought had been a couple broken ribs was a cracked sternum. I was on bed rest for 6 months. During that period, we found out that I had landed on my shoulder so hard that bone spurs started to grow, and they were ripping a hole through the tendon in my shoulder, and I had to have shoulder surgery. I don't tell you this story for you to pity me. I'm telling you this story so you understand the risks we as paraeducators take every day. Would you risk all of these injuries for $14.35 an hour? That is what we paras start at. McDonald's workers start at 15 an hour, but you're wanting us to go in and risk injuries like this for very little pay. I have been with the district for 6 years. I have gotten my college education since then, and I still only bring home $1,700 a month. And much of that goes back into my classroom because we are not getting supplies that we need. We are not getting help that we need for our students. So our teacher pays a ton of money out of her own pocket too, and we as paras, we do it as well. So I just want you to understand that, as she said, she works 3 jobs. I work 2, and the only reason I get that privilege is because my husband works as well. But I make more for Uber working on a Friday and Saturday night than I make in a week at the district. If you want your paras that are passionate about this job to stay, you need to pay us what we are worth. You need to pay us a living wage. We should not have to leave school and then go to a second or a third job. We should be able to go home and relax with our families. So I would just like you to keep that in mind as you are exploring what to do with this extra COVID money. She talked about sub-teachers coming in and making $300 a day doing what we do. That's 3 times what I make. It is a slap in the face for sure. So thank you for your time. Thank you. We have 8 Zoom public comments.
Madam Board President Albany, there are actually 7, but I'm going to call the names. So if some of them aren't online, that they might. So I'll call the names in order that we receive them, and then we'll see who is there.
Did you not get called, sir?
Okay, I thought you gave the time, because I said David after the last speaker and you, no, okay. Oh, there was 2 Davids? Oh, okay,
This is David.
okay.
Please come ahead.
Yes, please come up.
Can I remove this?
Yes.
Thank you. Before you start my time, I just want to say that in the last board meeting, I submitted for a public comment and I was skipped over again. I'm hoping, I'm humbly requesting that you add 3 minutes to my time because what I have to say is very important. Can you grant that, please?
Second.
Did you second?
Second. Yeah, second.
A vote, Mr. Fortuna? We have a motion and a second. I just need a quick vote. Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Soler?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Well, we've reached 4.
Aye. Thank you. So I have spoken on this issue twice now. This will be my third time. This has to do with the para-educator shortage in the district. Believe Superintendent Hoffman, you were gonna have your staff reach out to me. I'm still waiting. So please do that soon. Just to put things in perspective here, I'm speaking as a parent. As a parent, I have a 7-year-old son who's on the spectrum. He has expressive language challenges. So he doesn't tell me what's going on in class. He doesn't tell me what's going on in his day. It's hard enough just to get him to greet me at the door. So as such, the paraeducators that are here today, could you please stand up, please? These are the people that I have learned to trust and admire over time. I had an opportunity to sit in a classroom to watch them work. And I've seen them turn into a punching bag. It's a very difficult job. I certainly can't do it, but they can. Just to put things in perspective, when I was looking at the statistics for open recs, about 220 recs, you have so far filled about 62, with about 159 positions still open. Some of these vacancies have been open for over 200 days. What's worse is that 52 of the para educators have resigned. They have resigned. And the district has a very difficult time filling these positions. What makes it worse is that parents are not notified that some of our students are not getting services based on their IEP. This is very disturbing. The law protects students on IEP, as you all know. So please, I recommend and I would suggest, humbly request, that the board call for a special session to discuss this issue and work with our paraeducators. They're all right here. They can help recruit. They can help bring in new people. They know what the job entails. But they're unwilling to ask their friends to come work in a condition where they're barely making ends meet. And this is not the first time we talked about staff members barely making ends meet. So that I'm hoping tonight that the board would please take a strong consideration to hold a special sessions, because as it stands right now, 9,000 students on IEP, some of them are not getting IEP services. I can speak to my son's situation. He is supposed to get an hour a day, Monday to Friday, special education teacher assigned to him since August 19th. It is October 5th, and we do not have a special education teacher assigned. The COVID money that's been allocated to close the gap for learning loss is actually widening. It's widening, as you hear, because the paraeducators, when they're short-staffed, for a lack of a better word, might be herding cats. There is no learning that day. There is no learning that day. They're just trying to survive. And when they come back to school the next day, what are they confronted with? The same old problem getting worse. So please give voice to the voiceless. Give voice to our paraeducators. My son may say a few words, but there are other students in the district who are nonverbal, cannot articulate the days that they have to bear. They cannot tell the parents what happened in class. We rely on our paraeducators to be that person, to supervise, to ensure that they can attend and they can learn in class. This is so important. And it's a reflection of who we are as a district if we can help the most vulnerable students in this district. I plead with you, I beg you, please hold a special session and look into how we can use the $251 million of COVID funds to close this gap. Because as it stands right now, since last year, a lot of our students on special education do not do well on Zoom. My son turns into a cat on the ceiling when I turn on Zoom. There's nothing for him to learn, and it's been over a year, and I'm still waiting for a special education teacher to be assigned. I'm not going to beat up on the staff, Mr. Hoffman. I understand you guys have your challenges too. I speak with them. I have high regards to all of his IEP team. We work really well together. Principal Freeman, she's a superstar, love her to death. But they're confronted with something here that's more systematic. And it's going to need the board's attention to have this fixed. Please, I beg you, hold a special session, work with our paraeducators now. Please talk to them because some of them, as you hear, may be leaving. And if it's going to take 200 days to fill a position that's vacant, this could stretch into until next year or even beyond that. There's $41 million that's been earmarked as a remaining funds. When I looked through your budget from last school board meeting, I did not see where that fund could help close a learning loss for special education. Although there is some money allocated to hiring 300 plus staff members to close learning loss. How much of that is targeted towards the current problem we have right now? Please reevaluate and work with the paraeducators, work with the parents. Thank you.
Want to run our Zoom calls, please, Ms. Arroyo?
Yes, so I will call out the names in order that we received, and then we will see which ones are there in line. So the names are Raina Smith, Diana Deuce, Cassandra Burgess Alex, Lisa Stanley, Amber Gold, Exquisitive Hundley, and Allegra Taylor. And I believe first is Cassandra Burgess. Correct. Smith and Deuce are not online that we can see. So next would be Lisa Stanley.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm Lisa Stanley. I'm with Black Youth Leadership Project, and I'm discussing the complete disregard and continued mistreatment of our Black students by the Elk Grove School District. And you know, the first hour and 15 minutes of this, with all this ceremony and the awards, just added to my disgust to see all these awards when our children are being harmed on a daily basis. The stories that you heard earlier, these are not isolated incidents. And this district had the opportunity to change the trajectory of having the highest rates of disproportionate suspensions in the state by partnering with BYLP over the summer. Instead, you have all willingly contributed to the district's problem worsening. 6 incidents since school started and 3 in the last 2 weeks. This is sickening and so disheartening. What are you going to do to address these issues? We are sick and tired of saying the same thing over and over. Our Black students matter. They continue to be targeted, humiliated, overseen, and disciplined at astronomical rates to their counterparts. This ongoing abuse by your staff is gross negligence. We will not tolerate this behavior going on into another school year. We demand action today. You have the resources and chose to go against the community organizations already fighting this fight. For what? What are you going to do?
We've lost your voice, ma'am.
I muted. I didn't know I had more time. It's just sickening. We're tired of it. Our babies are hurting. Our babies are hurting, and you heard it earlier tonight already. That this is not a training, right? This is a heart issue. These teachers, these administrations are not treating our babies with respect. They don't see them as children, and that's what they are. We're tired of it. I'm done.
Thank you.
The next Zoom call is from Amber Gold. Is she on? No. Exquisitive Huntley.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Today, I am focused on one task, to make sure you all are aware of some of your administrators and staff, how they chose to treat this 12-year-old Black girl, Ariana Washington, I am speaking today because I want to take a stand and protect this innocent, brilliant, and vivacious girl against a school of bullies, those employed at Albiani Middle School. There's a saying that says, attitude reflects leadership. Well, I assume the attitude of the staff is reflective of the vice principal and principal here, because no adult here had the wherewithal to find an amicable resolution to see this baby as an innocent child, but decided to target this baby and try to use intimidation tactics against her and her Black father. They tried to break her spirits, make her feel as though her presence or voice didn't matter. I am here standing with the student and her family. We are here lifting our voice to say we will not tolerate mistreatment of our children or families in any form or fashion. In honor of Ruby Bridges Day, do we need to activate the National Guard here at Elk Grove to keep our Black children safe? It wasn't just a day for walking. She broke barriers. She also needed protection doing so. It looks like our Black children need the same protection as they did then. They need the same protection now. What is Elk Grove going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next caller is Allegra Taylor.
Start anytime, Ms. Tegra.
Good evening.
There you go. We can hear you.
It's been a while since I've seen you all or heard you all. Listen, I'm here to remind you of the meeting we had with you some 3 years ago. We came to this district complaining about the treatment and the inequality of resources and services to Black children. Here we are 3 years later with some of the same complaints. I believe Cerruti's in the house. Cerruti, I reminded you when we spent 18 months of our time with you, BYLP, the Village Advocates, and many other community activists, advocates, community members, as well as Elk Grove Unified staff. We sat and we changed your policy. Your policy change was supposed to improve the conditions for Black youth on your campuses. And yet, here we are today. Cerruti, I reminded you then, I told you then, I said, we are not here to waste our time to have this district write some stuff up to appease us as though you really care about our students. It is very evident today, as it was 3 years ago, that this is a heart issue. And so this district needs to examine the staff that they have in their district that is making the decisions that they're making that's harming Black students. Albiani School has been complaining about for 3 years of the treatment of Black students. You need to get rid of them. It's time for them to go. Let me say to the Black families here, this is Allegra Taylor, founder of Village Advocates. I've stood with BYLP and I'm standing with them now. Black families, I'm so sorry for everything you all had to go to, but we shouldn't be begging and pleading this district for anything. It is time for us to take a stand against this district and the ill treatment of Black students. It is time for Black people to stand up and stand with others that are also experiencing the same type of mistreatment that we are experiencing. Those who have disadvantages, brown students, everybody that's being mistreated should stand against them. When you treat your teachers the way that you do, you pay them so less. I'm gonna stand with them when they walk out against you all. We're demanding that you make some changes. We've demanded this before. It's time for some class action lawsuits, and it's time for some walkouts of Elk Grove Unified School District, because evidently what you've done, it's not enough. It is not enough. And our demanding hasn't made a difference. Our pleading hasn't made a difference. Neither has our volunteerism made a difference. So it's time for you all to do something different. And if we got to protest to do that, that's what we're prepared to do. Get ready, everybody. Take a stand against this.
Thank you. Next.
So I'll repeat some of the names who were absent. Raina Smith. She does not appear to be online. Diana Deuce. And or Cassandra Burgess Alex. And Amber Gold. That completes the list.
All right, that concludes public comment for tonight. We'll take a 5-minute comfort break and come back for the consent agenda. But, you can get started again, please. Okay, got a quorum. Let's start with the consent agenda. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to the consent agenda?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments on Zoom related to the consent agenda item.
All right, I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 11 on the consent agenda.
I happily move approval.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Dr. Martinez Solir. Roll call vote. Ms. Nguyen.
Aye.
Mr. Perez. Mr. Yang. Oh, there he is. Mr. Yang is an aye. Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Solir. Aye. And myself, it's unanimous. Our next item is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units wishing to address the board tonight? Thank you for being here. We have nobody wishing. Thank you. We'll move on to reports. Elk Grove Unified School District Arts Education Roadmap. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item on Zoom?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item on Zoom.
Are there any more public comments tonight on Zoom, Ms. Soriano?
No, there are no more public comments for Zoom.
Thank you. Ms. Wilbanks, we're so excited.
Thank you. Hopefully I use this correctly. Good evening, Madam Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and a special welcome to our student board member, Ms. Nguyen. I am very excited to be here today to share with you the Elk Grove Unified School District Arts Education Roadmap. This roadmap was developed and designed with E4 and our district strategic goals, our graduate profile, and educational equity at its forefront. And this roadmap was created as a guide to ensure that high quality pre-K-12 arts education happens for all our students. This is a roadmap. It is a map that will lay out the next 3 years of what we will provide to all of our students. And it will have twists and turns as we go, as things often do. And we're calling it a roadmap because we're going to adapt and adjust along the way. And if we come to a fork in the road and need to make a decision, we make that decision. If we find a roadblock, we find a way to overcome that and make a decision of what's going to happen next. Our vision statement for the visual and performing arts is that all students will engage in a comprehensive visual and performing arts education that fosters students' creativity, individuality, and academic potential to inspire and to resonate throughout their education, career, and life. Why arts education? Arts education matters. It is an essential component to our students' education. Not only is it part of our ed code as a core subject, but it can support our students emotionally, help them become engaged. It can help them be critical thinkers and problem solvers, take risks, learn responsibility, and it can create an environment that is so needed right now during this time to welcome and connect and re-engage in our classrooms and our schools. And I think now more than ever, arts education is needed, not only for our students, but for our families and our staff and our community. This plan started development many years ago. And in 2016, a group of about 40 educators and community partners got together and worked to develop a master arts education plan that had 9 essential components. And in 2017, that arts education plan was presented to the board. Fast forward to 2021. And we brought another team together that consisted of several members of that original team, but also included many others, teachers, support staff, administrators, community members, and arts partners. And that team worked looking at that original plan and was able to consolidate and clarify and identify 4 priority areas that really encapsulated what those 9 essential components were in the original plan. When we put the plan together, we really looked at and kept in our minds the 2019 adopted California Arts Standards, the 2020 California Arts Framework, and also looked at the structure of how we'd want to put this roadmap together in a way that would be similar to the district LCAP in terms of goals and actionable steps. So this roadmap is broken into 4 priority areas. And within these priority areas are goals, and within the goals are actionable steps. And there are potential measures that were identified that will help us along the way. And then we have a timeline of looking at 3 years. The 4 priority areas are teaching and learning, leadership and personnel, family and community engagement, budget and resources. And during the next 3 years, the potential measures that have been identified will guide data collection and create a baseline for progress monitoring, identifying gaps, and establishing measurable outcomes. What I would like to do for you this evening is to just share a few highlights from the roadmap, starting with priority area 1, teaching and learning. Teaching and learning is to promote, develop, and implement rigorous, standards-aligned, high-quality arts instruction for all students and provide professional learning and professional development opportunities for teachers and administrators. And in this goal, we have time to partner with arts organizations to help support the work that the teachers are doing in the classroom, providing the necessary knowledge and skills. But we also will identify and be able to implement, making sure that we have access to programs pre-K through 12. In the first year, we pay special attention to our elementary students. In our elementary schools, we have not had consistent arts education. And so this first year really will take a look at that. And I want to share a couple of things that we've already begun to implement. This year, over 3,000 third grade students will be learning how to play the recorder. We are partnering with the Sacramento Philharmonic and Opera, and they're going to spend time learning the recorder. The teachers are going to be getting training. And if all goes well, depending on what things look like COVID related, they will have a culminating concert in the springtime with the Sacramento Philharmonic. All of our 5th graders are going to be receiving an individual art kit, and their teachers will receive some professional development in order to support some lessons around the importance of you and what you bring to the table, and that what you have inside you is important to share. And so through art, students are going to be able to tell that story. So we have, as I said, a focus in that elementary, and we're starting with music and art, but as the years continue, we will focus in the other arts disciplines, and we will make sure that our grade level span goes from pre-K to 6 in our elementary schools. And I want to comment on our pre-K students, that what I want to be able to do is to collaborate with the pre-K department so that I can support the work that they are doing, and we can make connections for what's happening in our elementary schools and build upon that as our kids continue to grow and move through the programs and the grade levels. In priority area 2, leadership and personnel. We're going to enhance the knowledge and skills of our teachers and administrators in visual and performing arts instruction. And we're going to develop and implement recruitment, hiring, and retainment practices of VAPA personnel. A main area of focus in priority area 2 is collaborating with not only other departments, but arts organizations. Collaborating with college and career connections so that we can really look to see where our students might end up and what offerings we need to make sure are in place so that they can see what happens in industry and where they might be able to excel and move on to. Collaborating with our educational equity department, looking at our programs and ensuring that we have access at all of our school sites for all of our programming, as well as connecting with our arts organizations to leverage and utilize the skills that they can bring to the table and what they can be sharing with our schools and our students and staff. In priority area 3, which is family and community engagement, we're going to promote, develop, and implement family and community outreach, as well as provide opportunities for students to showcase their visual and performing arts learning. And this particular priority area kind of has a couple of levels. And that one level is that family engagement. And how are we going to continue to communicate and advocate for arts education and getting our families and community to understand its importance, its relevance, and its essential component. So collaborating and partnering with our own communications department, with our FACE department, those are going to be integral parts of what we do to ensure that our students are getting what they need. And then the second piece of that is how do we celebrate what our students have done? In the California Art Standards, there are artistic processes. And those artistic processes are how our students demonstrate what they've learned. And these processes are creating, performing, presenting, producing, responding, and connecting. So if we provide space for our students to be able to do those things, then they are going to grow and learn and excel and become, I just lost my train of thought, I'm so sorry. And become not only the students, but the adults that we know they're going to be able to grow into. Priority area 4, budget and resources. This is always the piece that is a struggle. And historically, this is a piece that the visual and performing arts often struggle with. When budgets are cut, it is often the visual and performing arts that get cut first. So this was a particularly important one, I think, as the groups really looked at this, because if we are going to ensure that our students are receiving exactly what they need and they have access to these programs, then we have to find a way to sustain them. If we're going to spend the next 3 years implementing some really incredible actionable steps, some programs and partnerships, we need to make sure that they have longevity for our students. So we'll take some time and we'll develop some long-range plans and some short-term plans. We'll find ways that we'll be able to fund things. We'll look at resources in a different way. And we'll really want to leverage our performance spaces. When I think about facilities, our performing arts centers, our black box theaters, I mean, our MP rooms that often is the performance space at a particular school site. How can we sustain and maintain a place in where our students can grow and thrive in the arts in those locations? Our Performing Arts Center at Casumnas Oaks, one of the two, had its first performance almost 2 weeks ago. It was exciting. And I told myself I would not get emotional when I came up here, but watching the Franklin High School vocal group, dance ensemble, and theater on stage for the first time since March 2020 was something very, very special. And those students, they could feel it, and they were so excited. And as we go through this year and we continue to be able to do those sorts of things, it's exciting and wonderful, and I know our kids are learning so much. So I will come back to, in conclusion, that again, this is a roadmap. It's a guide. It's a guide that's going to support district educators and leaders as we strive to provide a robust, well-rounded arts education to all students. During this 3-year time frame, there'll be continuous progress monitoring in collaboration with district leadership, board members, research and evaluation department, and the arts planning team. This roadmap is a working document. It's a living document. And it will be revisited and revised and adjusted as needed to meet the diverse needs of our district and community. And I'd like to leave you with this quote that I found. The California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association Arts Initiative believes that the visual and performing arts are an integral part of a comprehensive curriculum and are essential for learning in the 21st century. All California students from every culture, geographic region, and socioeconomic level deserve quality arts learning in dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts as part of the core curriculum. I would like to thank the arts planning team, including board members Mr. Fortuna and Ms. Chairs Espinoza, the CPL department, and members of the Learning System Leadership Team for their feedback and collaboration on this roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just go down a list of for questions or comments from our board and start with Ms. Nguyen. You're first on my script, so yes.
I'd like to thank you for this presentation. Speaking personally from my own experiences, when I was in elementary school, I saw these discrepancies even within a class-to-class level, and I personally did not explore art much. And I think that for a lot of similar students, not being able to explore art or your creative side leaves that to yourself. And especially when we're thinking about it in the context of how this can be applied to a future career, I think it's really important for people to understand that wanting to do a career that is creative or artistic doesn't mean taking on this starving artist persona, but that there are actually a lot of really viable and stable artistic jobs. And by introducing students to these fundamental aspects early on, they can take the chance to take AP Art in high school or to think about what type of college they want to go to. And I think that this is incredibly important because it's not all about STEM or the core subjects, but these things are just as important to enriching a person and developing our society. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Thank you for the presentation. I have no questions or other comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna?
Thank you. Well, Jennifer, I don't need to
Closer to your
say-
mic, please, sir. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Needless to say, it's a pleasure to have this report tonight. For those of us who've been involved, it's been 5 long years just to get to this point. And so, you know, I'm hopeful that in the coming time, we're going to be able to get to a point that was envisioned many years ago, such that visual performing arts is no longer just a thing people do in addition to their learning, that it is a part of their learning and has that critical role. With respect to sustaining the effort, I applaud you for looking at grants as one source. What I didn't hear, I know it's there, but I didn't hear it, is that the visual performing arts has to take its rightful place in the acquisition of general fund dollars. Just as math and science and physical education and football are provided funding, so do the arts need to be provided funding, and along with the facilities. You mentioned how nice it was that Franklin was able to perform at the Consumnes Oaks Performing Arts Center. And I don't know that all my fellow board members know that both the CO Performing Arts Center and the Sheldon Performing Arts Center are both in need of just about everything. Lighting systems are old. Audio systems are old. Drapes are torn. Carpets are old. I mean, both of the facilities have been neglected for a long, long time for a variety of reasons, but they've been neglected. And so, yes, they do need to get the attention they deserve, as do all of our children. And I like the fact that you've already started on ensuring that there are opportunities across all the elementary programs, because for too long, whether or not some kids had the opportunities depended upon whether or not they had time and resources before or after school. If they didn't, then too bad for you. So I'm excited and I can't wait. And I know we'll be getting super updates. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Ms. Jamerson?
As the mother of a third grader, I'm looking forward to hours of practice on that recorder. Thank you so much for this presentation. Our previous experience in education was with project-based learning education and seeing art integrated into all subjects. So I love that that's what this plan is really looking at doing, is integrating it. And as Ms. Nguyen said, that just being able to see the benefit of students participating in art and being able to develop that creative side. However, in light of the district's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, I'm not seeing that in the vision statement or explicitly stated in any of the priority areas. And I know that you said this is a working and living document that can be adjusted. And I'd really like to see it explicitly stated how you're going to be able to celebrate culture within these art mediums. And I know, for instance, you said about the 5th grade I Am Me, I believe, project. I think that that's a great opportunity, but I think that as we can see from some of the public comment that we had this evening, that we can't leave it up to assumptions that teachers are going to see that opportunity. And I think it needs to be explicitly stated that it's a priority and a requirement to celebrate each child's diversity through art. So yeah, I hope to see that change as you continue to develop this plan.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback.
And then one last thing. I also saw in terms of the committee members that you called together to help participate. I didn't see students on that. And again, I just like to be able to take every opportunity that when we're making decisions for students, that students are centered in that and that are able to participate in that decision-making when possible. So if there are opportunities for students or student board members to be part of that committee, I think it would be a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Solir?
I'd like to thank you for the presentation again. There were some highlights that stood out to me. I like your roadmap and how you're able to define timeline and measurable goals. Definitely looking at the highlights of priority 2, leadership and personnel. Appreciate you putting in there the collaboration with college and career readiness and connections regarding visual performing arts, but also the collaboration with the Department of Equity to ensure that there's support in equitable arts education there. So that stood out to me as well for the goals. So I'm excited to see the process and this rolling out, again, continuing to expand different learning opportunities for our students and families. So looking forward to hearing many updates and reports in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Thank you for your presentation. I also echo the comments my fellow board members mentioned, but mostly the equity in the cultural linguistic aspect of the arts. I was very fortunate when I went to school in the 50s. We had all this from kindergarten. We had Mexican dances, singing, all the way to folk dancing, square dancing in schools. We had choirs from each grade level, and every holiday we sang in front of the PTA, in front of the community. It was show and tell time. It gave me pride when I was a youngster that I could sing and dance and draw. And my art piece was on that wall. Gave me pride that I could do that. And today, I think, what I see around this building, it gives those students pride, cultural pride, self-esteem, all these things that people don't realize through the arts, that what it gives to the individual and to the community. So, this thing about,
Your mic, sir. I think everyone wants to hear you.
this thing about not, a stable budget is very important to me. I would like to this board commit to the arts again. For a fact that I'm a big supporter of the arts, and that no time during when I sit on this board that this program be cut again. What it gives back to our community, to the individuals, to the families, it's very important. Again, I want to say that my vision, this is a growing city, the growing school district. And I always saw something, we have the money, we have the resources, we have the bond money to do a performing arts center. This community needs it. What I've seen in the graduation ceremonies of some of the song and dance and entertainment we have rock stars out there. We have dance performance out there, but we need to showcase these individuals in a state of art like we have downtown Sacramento. This town, Elk Grove City, and the business community and the school district partnership. We just completed a big swim center over here. Beautiful. The other thing, and those people that did that, we could very well do another cultural center with partnership. It only takes time and energy. I have time. All my fellow board members have the time. And I'm pretty sure that they would commit to that we need to showcase our students in the performing arts. Yes, locally in the theaters, but also district-wide, citywide, big time. And at the same time, spend a certain amount of time presenting our students, showcasing and show and tell our students, but also at the same time, that could be a big fundraiser. 60% student body show and tell, another 40% doing international talent, bringing it to the community, the arts, the cultural arts. This community is a multicultural, diverse community, and they have talent around the world that we don't even realize. We have Michelangelos out there, that singers and this and that, they're there at home, but they have never, had the opportunity to showcase. And we need to do that. And like I said, I like to see a partnership in your vision with the community members, business community, the city of Belle Grove, and sit down and talk about this issue. And say, write down how much time it would take to sustain this cultural center. It's time, it's overdue. And that would, that would inspire a lot of students in the arts. And, through acting, making movies, painting murals all throughout the world, that people are here in this community doing murals downtown Sacramento. And I'm not so far out south to Elk Grove. They're painting every wall they see and making it a lifestyle and income. And it has a political, cultural message to it. It makes people proud, makes them feel what do you call it, the yoga, good sensation, good vibes. That the psychology through art, how it's presented, helps a lot of people. And so, those are, why I support the arts like that. Like I said, there's no cultural linguistic language in this, needs it. And also needs to have integration through our resolutions. And I need you to, every time we have a Native American resolution, Hispanics resolution, we should have what do you call it, a curriculum, a study through the arts, how you can present those resolutions and how to do that. And work in conjunction with those particular resolutions, culturally, linguistically, and all that.
You're at 5 minutes, Mr. Perez.
What?
It's just been 5 minutes. I'm giving you a short time check.
I need more time. So, this is a very important issue. It's time that we do this. And another issue is ethnic studies. We need to develop a relationship. Arts within the ethnic studies curriculum. A lot of our cultural events, the Asian Week, the African American Week, they could have an art piece to that curriculum of study. All that makes students want to come to school, and that makes ADA go up, and we get more funding for them because it makes them proud to walk around with their heads just out like this and be proud to be an African. Black is beautiful, African Americans, things like that. If they have that pride in their silk screening classes,
please sit down so the public can hear you, Mr. Perez.
Identity of their culture, and they're proud. That makes them psychologically.
The public can't hear you when you're standing, sir.
Yeah, psychologists. Like a lot of our students are being bullied by even like what they said today by our staff. We need to check into that. That's another thing. We need to think out of the box. I say that all the time. Self-esteem, I mentioned that. Proud to be your cultural race. All that brings good vibes. School climate, that helps our school climate, all that. And the brotherhood and sisterhood on the campus. International community. We are sitting on a multicultural community in which it's international resources that we have here that we haven't even tapped, I bet you. And I had a question, who are the community art partners? Like we need to broaden that out, and also here's the thing, we need to develop our AV thing and develop a TV channel of Elk Grove Unified School District TV and the arts. That's another thing that we need. We have a beautiful arts departments, audiovisual departments throughout our district. We need them get more involved in the arts, showcase that. That's another area that I want to bring to your attention. And we need to produce. They produce our annual graduation ceremonies. They take the pictures and video things. They do an excellent job. We save a lot of money doing it in-house. So we need that audio visual components. Another thing I like to talk about is we need, you probably did this, but do assessments of, like Mr. Forcina said, some of our high schools are really like those two that he mentioned, they have really good facilities, but yet they're falling apart. Well, Florin High School and Valley High School and some of these other old schools around here, they have small theaters. You know, the one at Valley High School, I mean, Florin High School smaller than this room right here. It's not even a quarter of it. So we need to think that, hey, we need to fund a theater in that school. And other schools, Valley High Schools, they're too small. They're outdated. You know, they don't have the things. And then even the band room, it's a small outdated thing. Our facilities development guide or needs to be revised to make that, bring the attention to my fellow board members to bring funds to those schools to update those facilities. Not to update them, to make them big with a modern equipment. And also the last thing I'm going to say is digital. We need digital computers and using that art medium express. Our students know how to. I was just walking back over here in our conference room. I seen the latest digital prints of portraits. I'm doing that on the side. I'm learning that. They're beautiful, and these students know how to do that. They're making beautiful prints of fellow students in the classrooms, and they're showcasing right here in the hallways. It's all digital art. That's another area that we need to have within our graphic arts and classes. So again, you're doing an excellent job, but yet 5 years is too long. 5 years, I mean, it's silly. You know, we should be doing this tomorrow, you know.
That's 10 minutes, Mr. Prez. Were you finished, sir?
No, I'm not finished, but I'm gonna, okay, let me review my last notes here. Yeah, we need the arts at every level, preschool, elementary, middle school, high school. Level of family engagement. Yes, that's very important. That's where you're going to get resources. You're going to discover a lot of artists in our community are doing it professionally, but there's no hookup, there's no network. You know, they're working, you know, like some of those, our staff working 3 or 4 jobs just to pay the rent. But once you get them in here, paraeducators, get them in the classroom, we can pay them to do that. They'd be happy to do that. There's no, yeah, okay. Art, I said, mention art fundraising, partnership with Elk Grove Unified, City, business community, this and that. That's it. Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. That'd be great.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I think I want to say something now. I think with our school district being the 7th most diverse in the country, I think you know, working at Kaiser, the premise of it, surround it, to have pictures and drawing of different groups of folks in terms of diversity that really represents Kaiser, and same thing here. We need representation as art to represent our district diversity. And I think that Trustee Perez made a good point as far as art visuals around the campus so that kids could feel proud. Latino, African-American, Asian, white, you know, they need to see arts that represent them so they feel recognized and feel proud that they are being recognized. And I think that will boost up their self-confidence. And if you have confidence, it's a lot easier to enjoy something and learn something. So I think that that is something that I would recommend going forward to this new program and roadmap. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have 3 quick comments. in my notes I just wrote, I think our diverse population will lead us to find some fabulous art. And I think my board members have spoken to that very clearly and eloquently. I wanted to reiterate Mr. Fortina's point of art as part of learning and just as we are working to put equity is not in a separate place. It is part of everything. Art can be part of all parts of education. So I think that's a very valuable point he made. The consistency across the district. I have 4 children who have had 4 different artistic experiences just due to what class they were in or where they were. And the fact that that will, my dream, and I believe the dream of the board is that it's not a special thing. It's an expectation. So I look forward to that, and I appreciate the help and the stick to itness of getting this done. We're excited to have you lead it. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Fortino, yes.
Yeah. I was kind of getting amused listening to a lot of the comments because a lot of the suggestions made by my colleagues require people. And if there was only one area that I was in complete disagreement with about this plan, and that is that the plan didn't come to the board with the personnel that many of us felt were necessary to implement the task. Currently, the VAPA office is one person. You're looking at her. That's it. That's your VAPA department. Jennifer Wilbanks, an individual, one person, dedicated to what she is doing, and she's doing it as an individual. So certainly what is going to become a very important task is identifying what the needs are to move the plan forward. As we look at the integration of VAPA into the curriculum, it's going to require significant training because teachers have not had to do that. And many are not prepared to do that. So moving forward is going to take a massive effort, both from a professional development standpoint, as well as hands in the classroom to assist the teacher so that the teacher can assist the kids. And one point I do need to focus on, because it's not like the group ignored it, and that's the whole issue of equity. That was the backbone of this whole thing. That's where we started. And so while it may not be spelled out, it's part of the whole thing. That's why it's pre-K-12 at every school site for every child. That's why you heard Jennifer share 2 programs tonight for all the schools, all the 5th graders, not some of the 5th graders, all of them. The equity piece is a piece that was well recognized by a very diverse committee. The committee had representation from just about everyone. Point taken, no students.
Yeah.
But that's going to be rectified as moving forward. There are opportunities, and the word's already gone out to form a new committee. Now that committee is going to be probably people who have been involved as well as new people. So the opportunities are there if for people to put in their time. But what I just needed to say that while a lot of us would like to see this plan move a whole lot faster than it's going to move, there's only one person. You can only accomplish so much with one person.
Mr.
And-
Corsino, one thing that's another step in the right direction, because I agree with all the work that you've added to this and Jennifer's leadership as a board. But there are some folks in the ESSER plan that will be working with Jennifer specifically within grade level pieces there. So we are taking the step, trying to get even to speed this up, not to the speed you want to get to, but to speed it up better than we.
Right,
we
yeah,
have
I mean,
been. So we're
people-
headed in the right direction.
Yeah, people know me. I would have implemented it yesterday.
All right,
So thank you.
we're on to action. Thank you.
So what's your plan to help her fund the positions within this art CAPA?
And Jennifer, do you want to speak to the specific positions that are within the ESSER plan?
Sure. In the ESSER plan, we have 4 positions, 4 curriculum specialists, where I'm looking to have 2 dedicated in the elementary and 2 dedicated in secondary. And in the vision would be a visual and a performing arts representation, and visual and performing arts representation in both of those areas to support the work that's going on in both elementary and secondary, and to support many of the professional development needs moving forward that our teachers will need to. As quick as we can move. We have to move, you have to move, what's the saying?
Purposefully.
But you have to move slow sometimes for those bigger gains. And I do want to make sure that we are being purposeful, that we are being mindful, and that we are taking the right steps so that what we're implementing, we can sustain and build on and make even better as we go along.
Will you recruit art students from like different universities around here to work at like work study? Like fact-based students that are majoring in art?
Is your microphone on, sir?
Something like that?
I don't know, but that's something that we can take a look at.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
Ms.
so
Wilbanks.
much. Have a good evening.
Our action item, we have an establishment of school attendance area boundary for Miwok Village Elementary School. Ms. Soriano has told me there are no more Zoom comments. We have no more blue cards, so I'm going to move on to Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, and welcome, Ms. Nguyen. It's great to see you here tonight. We don't have any folks here from the public. I think there might be some people watching on Zoom. I was anticipating some comments tonight. So being that we don't have many, I will do my best to move along, Madam Chair. So clearly, anytime we talk about the opening of a new school and the associated attendance boundaries, that's a very positive thing, and it's an exciting thing for the school district and for the community. But we do need to appreciate and respect and understand that that means change to many of our parents who will be affected by this new school and the boundaries. Given that, I do want to thank all of the community members and the staff that attended our meetings as we discussed the plan and the proposals that you will see here before you tonight. And I would be remiss if I didn't also thank Principal Ms. Quilliton, as well as the Vice Principal, Mr. Aikman, both at Zender Ranch Elementary School. They were gracious and hosted our community meetings, did all the outreach, and put a link on their website specific to Miwok Village and shared all the information as well as FAQs. And then, of course, lastly, I want to thank Dr. Bindi Graywall here tonight, Mr. Martin Fine in elementary ed, as well as Kim Williams in facilities. The board has seen a lot of this before, so again, I will move quickly. This map represents the overall school district boundaries, and we put a flag on that so that geographically you could see where Miwok Village Elementary School is located. It's in a region that we call the Southwest Planning Area within our school district boundary, an area that's growing very rapidly. Just some fun facts. Miwok Village, amazingly, will be our 43rd elementary school, our 68th school in total. Construction's well underway. If you haven't driven by lately, you'll be shocked with the pace at which construction's happening. It will be completed for the 22-23 school year. It's a 10-acre school site, which is standard for our district, located at the corner of Poppy Ridge and Lusada Drive. It's going to be a beautiful school in its own right. It's going to be a school that has its own culture and sense of community. But I do also want to share with the board and the community, one exciting component of Miwok Village is it will be the first new school built under your recently adopted education specifications. So again, it's going to have a lot of unique features just because of that. So a lot of reasons for parents and students to be excited. It is located entirely in the existing Zender Ranch Elementary School's attendance area. As we know, again, this is an area that's growing rapidly. You could see the numbers in front of you, the number of TK through 6 students, over 1,900 that we suspect will be residing there at the start of the next school year. This is just an aerial view to show Miwok Village is the bottom right place marker with the blue box. You can see the new Franklin at the far bottom left of that screen, as well as Zender Ranch Elementary School right there in the middle, and then Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School and Casumas Oaks High School. This is just a zoomed in aerial of the region so that you can see its proximity to the middle school, the high school, and also the Zender Ranch Elementary School. This is our well-established boundary criteria that we use as we're developing alternatives for our boundaries. I don't need to read those to you here tonight, but just know that we take all of these into account as we make our decisions and put proposals before you and the community. One of the key features here that I will talk about a little bit later is trying to establish a boundary that has the least amount of change in the future. And you'll see what I'm talking about as I share with you the alternatives. So in other words, we don't want to adopt a boundary today that we know is going to change in short duration and further affect our families. These are the current boundaries in the entire region. The bright yellow to the top left is Costello Elementary School. To its east, the brown box is Arlene Hine Elementary. Just below it in the green region is Carroll Elementary. And then that large purple area is the new Franklin Elementary School. We're not proposing any changes to any of those 4 schools' boundaries. And then you can see the large blue shaded area is Zender Ranch Elementary School's boundary. And all of that open space in the southern region is all being rapidly developed as we speak. And it's happening faster than aerials and databases can keep up. So that's why you don't see streets there. But trust me when I say that there's streets there and there's homes being built now. You can see the little red flag that's just to the southeast of Zender Ranch Elementary School. That is Miwok Elementary, Miwok Village Elementary, excuse me. These are the current residing TK through 6 students in the region. Again, no changes to the first 4 schools on that table. Carroll, Costello, Franklin, and Hine. Those are all nice population numbers that we'd like to see. We do need to keep a close look on Franklin. Amazingly, when we built the new Franklin Elementary School, it surged in enrollment and Carroll dropped. So we suspect there is people in the region going to that school. They've moved over to Franklin, but Zender Ranch is the key here. So right now we have over 1,400 students living in that elementary school's attendance area. So clearly a new school is necessary. So moving right along to the alternatives. What you see before you now is alternative A. Again, no changes to Costello, Hine, Franklin, or Carroll. But what you'll see with the blue region is it's now much smaller. And that would be the new Zender Ranch attendance area under alternative A. That peach, if you will, color beneath it, it would be the new Miwok Village Elementary School. The natural dividing line between Zender Ranch and Miwok Village in this scenario is Whitelock Parkway. As Whitelock Parkway extends east from Bruceville Road all the way to Highway 99, it would become, if you will, the dividing line between the new schools. I did want to point out to the board, you see 3 other flags south of Miwok Village, and those are future new schools that have already been designated as school sites. So that's how quickly that area is going to grow and how dense it's going to become. I will say this alternative does provide nice balance between the 2 schools, Zender and Miwok Village. It's very similar to what we project to be the long-term boundary for Zender Ranch. We like it because of that. It also eliminates the need for any parents or students at either Zender Ranch or Miwok Village to have to cross Whitelock Parkway to get to either one of those 2 schools. And I'll show you a little different scenario here with option B. These are future projection numbers. What I showed you previously were residing students in the attendance areas. These are what we're projecting in the 2022 school year, all the way out to the 2024 school year. We also overlay that with our capacities of our school in the far right-hand columns, both the traditional calendar capacity and the year-round calendar capacity. Again, we don't need to talk about the other 4 schools in the region, but you can see under alternative A that that boundary does do a good job of mitigating the growth in Zender Ranch. It would open Miwok Village at roughly 875 students. You can see that all the growth in that region would now be happening at Miwok Village, because you can see here that Zender Ranch stays stagnant at 1,050 students for all 3 years. So again, does a great job of mitigating some of the other issues that we're trying to deal with. But it does create a potential issue at Miwok Village in short order. You'll see that we have a couple of recommendations for you tonight that we think will help mitigate that and offset that. And again, that's just a projection, and that assumes housing continues at the same rate that it's happening now, and that's never a guarantee. This is alternative B. So again, you can see Zender Ranch proposed boundary in the blue, and you can see Miwok Village to the east of that with that peach color. In this scenario, Whitelock Parkway doesn't become the natural border, but rather Bighorn Boulevard does, extending from the north to south from Elk Grove Boulevard to Camera Road. Again, does a good job of balancing between the 2 schools. The negatives, if you will, in this scenario is that students at both Zender Ranch and Miwok would have to cross Whitelock Parkway. I should say some students would have to cross Whitelock Parkway at both Zender Ranch and Miwok Village. This is also not a long-term boundary, and you'll see in a minute, I'll show you what we project the long-term boundaries to be. So this would result in changes, significant changes to both Zender Ranch and Miwok Village down the road as the new schools are developed. And here are the future projection numbers, again, under alternative B, just jumping down to Miwok Village and Zender Ranch. You can see that Zender Ranch in this scenario actually has future growth because its new boundary under B extends to that southern area where the development's happening, and a slightly less growth at Miwok Village over those 2 years. And these are the boundaries that we project at build out. And I don't want to give the impression or guarantee you that this is what it's going to look like. But with Miwok Village, as well as the other 3 elementary schools in the region, based on current land use plans and designations, this is how we envision that region panning out in terms of attendance areas. You can see that this is very similar to option A with regard to Zender Ranch. So minimal impacts to Zender Ranch moving forward, and under the option A scenario, they get much more certainty in their future. We did hear from that community the changes that they've already experienced, and now with another new school coming on, additional changes, and then we have had to offload families, unfortunately. So they are looking for that certainty moving forward, and because of our future build out plans, we think that option A better achieves that. So I mentioned our community meetings and our staff meeting. You can just see those here. I did want to mention again that the principal and the vice principal did a great job at Zender Ranch of having a dedicated web page just for this matter. There is a multitude of documents that's been posted on their website for parents and families to read, anywhere from potential growth in the region to when the parks are going to be developed, when Whitelock Parkway is going to be tied into Highway 99, future lit intersections, lots and lots of information for families to see, as well as both of our Zoom meetings that we've had have been recorded and posted there. This is the timeline that we shared with the board that we promised you, if you will, back in last summer of what we would achieve. You can see in the middle of the screen, we're here tonight for your boundary consideration. We will have a lot of outreach to move forward with that community. throughout the month of October and frankly beyond. Hiring the new principal and the school secretary is right around the corner. Student registration would begin in January, and we still have quite a bit of staffing, obviously, to assign to that school. And of course, the new school will open July of 2022. So our recommendation to you tonight as staff, for the reasons I previously stated, is alternative A. Again, it provides a good balance between the two schools. It's very similar to what we project for the long-term boundary for Zender Ranch, and it eliminates the needs for students and families to cross Whitelock Parkway to go to either school, Zender Ranch or Miwok Village. We're also recommending to the board tonight that you allow current 4th and 5th graders, as well as their siblings at Zender Ranch, to remain at Zender Ranch. That helps to offset some of the future growth at Miwok Village that I shared with you previously. And it was also a strong interest that Dr. Graywall and I heard at the community meetings. And it's pretty standard for our practice when we open new schools. We do grandfather those older kids so they can promote from the school that they've been at since they were younger. We're also recommending to the board tonight that students who reside in the existing Zender Ranch Elementary School who have been offloaded or attend another elementary school be allowed to stay at that elementary school if they would like. That also offsets the future growth at Miwok Village in that table that I shared with you. We really got this input from the folks that are at Carroll. And if you look closely at some of the maps, you'll see at the southwest portion of the area we're talking about, it's very close to Carroll. And I casually joked with the community members that attended the meetings. One thing I can guarantee you is we have you all vote tonight. It'll be a 50-50 vote on who wants option A and who wants option B. And that's because everybody loves their school, right? And you're gonna love Miwok Village if you are there. And to that point, again, going back to Carroll, they wanna stay at Carroll because they've been offloaded to Carroll and now they love it, right? So all of our schools are great. They're gonna have a great experience, but I think this gets everybody what they're after. And it'll make for a great boundary moving forward and an exciting time for a brand new school. And with that, I'll stop talking and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Call for a motion. Does someone have a comment they want to make?
I move approval of option A.
I second.
Been moved by Mr. Fortuna and seconded by Dr. Martinez Alier to take option A to adopt a new and revised elementary school boundaries as a result of the new Miwok Village Elementary School scheduled to open for the 2022-2023 school year. Ms. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Okay. Okay, quickly, please. Yes.
No, I don't want to do this quickly. This is very important to the community. This is very important to our community, and I don't want to do this quickly.
That's fine.
So bear with me because I have some important questions. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you.
Excellent job using ESRI, our viewpoint, what?
I don't know which version we're using, but we do use ArcView GIS. You're
All
absolutely
right, I'm very familiar with this, and I still want my district map that you forgot.
You call me tomorrow and tell me what you want and I'll get it to
That's
you, I
okay.
promise.
All right, I'll remind you again. Page 3, parent, could you review for me and our new staff and our new board member, what are the new education specifications?
Yes, so the board undertook an extensive project. You guys all might recall, we hired a group we named the Dream Team, and it was a number of design professionals that work in the K-12 field. And we partnered with our educational side of the house. And we went through a very thorough process and included educators about how our facilities can better suit their instructional needs moving forward. And the education specifications really become the backbone for what we design and what we build and how those buildings support the instructional needs of our teachers. And not just teachers, but everything from community involvement, how the community can better utilize our facilities, a number of areas. We hadn't done that for probably 2+ decades. So it was a lot of work, a lot of people involved. For this elementary school, and there's a lot more to it than this, but really what it means is larger classrooms, much more flexible learning environments, both the classrooms and the shared spaces, a lot more visual freedom throughout the campus, both internally in the pods, but also outside the campus, outdoor learning areas, and just a much more user-friendly environment for our community, both in the offices, the multipurpose room. And I'm sure I'm doing it a disservice, but it'll be remarkably different elementary school than what we have kind of as our traditional elementary school over the years.
As a result of our pandemic and distance learning experience, does that have that into play? For instance, digital learning capabilities or?
Yeah, significantly more modern technology, if that's what you're getting
Right.
at. Sure. And that does tend to happen over time as we build new schools. We always are updating the technology and working with our tech services department about what we need to provide as our standard at the time. So it'll certainly lend itself a little better towards that if need be.
And what about a pre-K room for our new class level? Or do we have enough space for those particular students?
Great point. So this campus through our ed spec, because it's something that we've heard about, instead of having just 2 pre-K/kinder classrooms, this will have 4.
Dang, very
reason.
good.
Yeah. So additional square footage from our standard elementary school as well.
That would reflect how many students within pre-K?
Oh, I would have to do some quick math. So 4 rooms on a double session. I don't want to do it a disservice. but
Okay.
Double what we would typically see.
That's probably a suggestion that we would put that in the next presentation. You mentioned the programs, but we go by calendar year. And so does that play a part in this particular school? Are we going to go by what type of school year
The
within?
school would open on a multi-track year-round calendar.
Multi-year?
Yep.
Okay, I need that in that language within that. And that will reflect what more, the capability, have more students per
Correct.
year?
Correct.
And that's what I thought. See, you're learning something.
Yeah, it'll allow us to accommodate the growth and
What?
it'll allow us to accommodate the growth much more easy and
Right.
over time, then the developments tend to mature. It tends to be on a 10-year cycle. So it would eventually come off of a year-round calendar to a traditional.
Mhm. And when you talk about on page 7, disruptions which may result from the changes, for board members that have been here, a long time, for Sina and I and some other, Dr. Martinez, we've gone through that, these changes and these disruptions of school boundaries, and it's not a pretty place or a situation that you want to be in, because parents do come and they are concerned about the parent. I mean, their students crossing the road, taking the bus. So I think you're doing a very good,
We've
excellent.
heard a lot about that on this, and
Right.
what I found in my career, when we're changing a boundary because we're building a new school,
Right.
it's more warmly received. When we're changing boundaries to change boundaries, that's when you will fill this room up with
Right.
people.
And having these workshops prior relieves that issue. It's very important.
It helps. for
And
sure.
and he's doing an excellent job in this regard, or in the area, the expertise that he has. Believe me. Okay, do you mention rate? Oh, consider the rate of development activities and student population shifts within page 7 again, occurring within existing and proposed attendance boundary areas. What I would like to have you have done, do another map showing those development permits and those projected years that they may start and also complete, so that we could see a visual or kind of prioritize. Because I was wondering, of those 3 schools that you mentioned on page 10, what are those projected dates that we may see those opening after the Miwok Elementary School. So I wanted to see, and though within your office up there, I know you have those maps already, but yet I'm not sure, these, my fellow board members know you have those type of maps and projections and already. So that would have helped me. And I think that would have helped my fellow board members visually see that and what's being done in that process and how your state of mind works and how to make, why he made that decision, why Plan A is why he's supporting that and why that's important.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. And so, yeah, so I would like maybe another, a map of those particular developments with projections of those start dates and finish dates of those communities and how projections, because you have supplied those with us in prior areas and schools with excellent data sets, and it was very easy to make decisions based on that data.
Yeah, and I hear you, Mr. Perez. What we try to do for the board's sake is distill it down to students, which is what the tables do on 11 and 13.
Right.
So really, it's all about, we have a student generation rate by grade level.
Right.
And so we can project out when we anticipate the homes being built, that generates a number of students. And that's what we show you on the tables is how many future students we expect to receive and when. But if the board would like, we could give you all the data that's behind that. It just starts.
Right. I mean, it would have made, yeah, when I was analyzing these maps, and I love analyzing these maps, doing this. So the other question I had was on page 11, you had, on A, you had 875 for Miwok, Zinder Ranch, 1,050. But, and the other data set, you had a total of 1,400 for Zinder, 04. So you added 400 more students to, I guess, projections.
So the 1404 was
Yes.
residing as of
Right.
October. This is literally how that the
How
difference,
fast,
the
right.
difference that you're speaking to
Right,
is how many additional students
Are
we
going to,
believe will be enrolled in our district in that region
By
by the start of
July.
the next school year.
yeah, by
Correct.
July.
Right.
So there'll be 400 new students in that geographical area, correct? Okay, so what particular, do you foresee, what elementary school developing or starting up after Miwok in that area?
It's actually,
The one to the left of it?
no, you would think that intuitively, but it's actually the one at the far bottom left.
Oh, gee whiz.
That's what we think now.
Oh, really? Because of the permits and all that?
Right.
We're
Well, you-
approaching 10 minutes, Mr. Perez.
That was Mendez, what the heck? Oh,
Yep, that's Mendez. And if you look, it makes sense, right? Because those other two are really kind of out on islands. As you look at this representation, we couldn't build, and I will say this, we had a community member that thought we should start building the next school now.
Right.
There's nowhere to build because there's not roadways, infrastructure, power. So we will be monitoring it closely, and as soon as we can develop and need to, we will.
And we, as of today, we haven't purchased land for that particular.
Not for either one of those other three schools yet.
Okay, that's on your radar, fellow board members. All right, excellent job. I'll stop there. Last one, offload. How many offload students are in that Zinder Ranch area total?
Whew. Garner, a guess?
So it's. Okay. Yeah, so that's important because that's gonna,
Yeah, it's a fair amount. It's more than we would like to see for sure.
is that 200?
I don't think it's quite that many.
Okay, that was that last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent job. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we ready to vote? Great. Thank you. Ms. Nguyen already voted yes. Mr. Fortuna voted yes. Would you like to vote again, Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Solir?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we're at, I just wanted to say for the board and the public, Ms. Nguyen is invited to be here from 6 to 10. That is the federal labor laws is a 4-hour night for a student employee. And while she is not our employee, we are respecting that in our format. So just so we know in the future, at 10 o'clock, it is against the law to have her at work, and we feel that would be an appropriate time for her to finish her duties here at the school board in the future. So I hadn't mentioned that earlier. You're well aware of that, no surprises. So we'll wrap up here. Board member and superintendent and reports. I'll start with the superintendent. Did you have anything, Mr. Hoffman?
Just a couple things to highlight. I do want to mention, based on some of the feedback we received from the community last meeting and from the board, is we are putting a process in place for outside organizations to be able to use the fields, our outside, and it's a complicated process. And we have literally dozens of outside organizations that serve our kids and use our fields. So we do have a very clear, well-developed process that makes it fair and equitable for folks to be able to get access to the fields. We will do a shorter version of that for the fall, the rest of the fall season, but we will do our regular comprehensive process for the spring semester, in hopes everything keeps moving in the same direction with regards to the health conditions. And then in relation to the health conditions, I do want to highlight that we will, I believe it's 3 of the COVID clinics we will actually have up and running starting tomorrow. We're looking at having 11 of them total, 1 in every region across the district, as well as here at the Trigg Center and at the Gerber Road site. And that will greatly increase our capacity to test. And I think the thing that will be most helpful to our families, which we've received feedback on, is they're having difficulty finding an appointment at their healthcare provider to get the PCR test, which gets them back in school sooner with regards to the quarantine protocols that are in place. So by having these tests available in our district, across the district, we'll be able to even shorten those timelines in which we get kids back into school. So very excited about both of those opportunities.
Thank you. Did anybody else have committee work, things they attended? We attended a CSBA meeting this weekend. Did you want to speak to that, Dr. Martinez, still here?
Yeah, the previous weekend too, before that, I attended a board of directors meeting for CSBA where the president gave an update. There was some audit reports that were done for the organization, also board development. And then this last weekend, we had our Region 9 meeting where we were able to talk amongst other school districts and update them on COVID numbers, our independent study. Beth gave an overview of how school opening was. So we were able to discuss that with some of our colleagues within the region.
Thank you. Okay, that appears that's all our superintendent parts. Are there other items from the floor tonight? Mr. Perez? Ms. Chambers?
I would like to see if we can add something to the agenda. So I'd like to make a motion to have something added to the agenda for next meeting. I move that we add a call to action to address the needs of Black students at the Elk Grove Unified School District to the agenda for next meeting, sorry.
That motion?
Yes.
I second that motion.
Can you explain it to me more? I don't mean to be, we do have an equity report coming on the next one. Do you feel that could be what you're looking for could be included in that report that is already on the next agenda? I don't know if you've seen that. Would you like to have a chance to speak to Mr. Hoffman to make sure that your concern is addressed during that?
Yeah, my concern is just, I want us to do something. I want us to figure out what it is that we're going to do.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think the report, there is a lot that's happening, I understand, in the district. And so I want to know what else we could be doing because I'm really tired of having Black family after Black family experience the trauma that they continue to experience and that we hear from them. So I just,
I
I
can
need us to do
understand your
something.
frustrations,
Yeah, I like
100%. Mr. Press, will you let me finish, please?
Yeah, I'd
I'll
like to
call on
speak
you
on that
next, sir.
behalf.
Mr. Hoffman, can we have that spoken to during our equity report?
We can, and
What?
it's scheduled to be on the November 16th.
No, I think sooner.
That's our next regular board meeting has an equity report, and we will include that.
And as part of that, we can give an update with regards to the RFP process.
I like to
Mr.
speak on
Press?
this. Would you?
Mr. Perez?
Yes, I know we have a crisis in our hands. Tonight, they talked about walking out, taking further actions than coming here for 3 minutes and speaking. They talked lawsuits that I kind of think or kind of believe that they have the right to do this. So I prefer to meet as soon as possible. There are issues that we should be speaking that I wanted to speak last year, 2 years ago, but this board has never supported that idea.
Mr. Press, that's not helpful. sir.
Okay, so I think we need a meeting on this issue. Not only that, we have another crisis. We have special ed and educator parents. You know, that's a possible another lawsuit. We need to deal with these issues like tomorrow. And again, I stressed at another meeting that I wanted a COVID meeting, emergency COVID meeting, and I couldn't get my 4 votes.
Okay.
And today, we still need to talk about COVID and issues and how we're doing and reports. I look at the COVID report. I didn't see no numbers by schools, by staff,
Our
and
dashboard
things
is,
like that. So we need
I'd be happy to-
data. We need data to make our decisions.
Mr. Perez,
And I don't think that what we saw today is a true
oh,
perspective.
Mr. Perez.
Okay, what's happening in our community with African American
Mr. Perez,
students.
we have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
And you spoke to it. Thank you. Would you withdraw your motion with it being on the next, it is on the next agenda item and meeting with Mr. Hoffman to make sure it
How much time?
incurs to your wishes, Ms. Jamerson?
Yes, but I want
time?
it more than a report. I want it in direct response to what's,
So we have to be careful in responding to an individual student
Correct,
issue. So
correct.
that's what we were really working around, and we will be working with the family. We're not waiting on that. That's going to happen immediately. So we'll work on that component. So we don't want to put an agenda item that's specific to an individual student.
absolutely.
What-
So I just,
With the ed equity
as
piece-
part of that report, what I'm hoping to see is how we are addressing the needs of Black students quicker than has been planned.
Right, and what we
And what has happened
showed,
this year?
again, the update I think will be very useful, and we will be able to show specific things that are actually being done right now in response. And with the RFP process, we should be far enough along to be able to have some ideas of what some of those ideas will be as well. So I think it'll be the timing will be very good, and it matches up with a lot of the work that we're already doing and accelerating. So, and we can spend a little bit of time as we work through it to make sure it checks the boxes you want checked.
Okay, I withdraw
How
my
much time
motion.
how much time are we going to work on this on the next meeting? Are we gonna-
We'll have to put the meeting together and see what else is on the agenda, but this will be a priority item on the agenda.
Well, it's
I
already,
can't tell you
it's on
exactly.
the agenda and I fully recognize your concerns
Okay,
and
so,
we will work to make sure that's clear.
okay, then I withdraw my motion in terms of a call to action.
Okay. Okay.
Can I add to that?
Mr. Yang?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, I would like to see, if possible, if you could state it, the funding amount that we are capable of providing to Black students. for services directly toward Black students, so that us, the board, and the community have an idea of amount of the amount of fund that we have available to help out Black students. I think that would be very helpful information.
Okay, so I think what we can do within this report, and we'll work through the details of it, is, we brought to the board in, it was June or July, the specific things that we're doing in rolling out this school year. So we can give an update on that, and what's actually being done, and the resources that have been dedicated to do that. We can also pull out information that was included in the ESSER plan to highlight and make sure people notice that there were things within that plan, and what those resources are, the dollar amounts, and what's planned to be done. And then ideally, we'll have a update with regards to the RFP process. And this is one piece I want to make sure I clarify. I've said this individually to members, but I want to make sure I say it to her. Ms. Charles Esimosa asked me, do we have funding, identified funding for the RFP projects that are going to come through? And what I said was, we have not identified the actual source that we're going to use for the individual projects that come out of the RFP process. What I want to make sure is clear is, we clearly understand the RFP process and the projects coming out of that are a top priority of the board. And there are going to be projects that come out of that work. And when we bring you those projects, we will bring you a funding source. We'll bring you the most appropriate funding source for the project, but it's hard to identify the funding source before you know what the actual item is. Are they things? Are they services? So what we'll do is, once we identify what those ideas are that come out of the RFP process, then with Ms. Hayes and the rest of the team, we go, what is the best funding source to do that? But the funds are there to do the work. I'll make sure we're clear about that. We just haven't said, I don't know what the project is yet, so it's hard to say this is the matching funding source. But when we were clear about the project, we will match the appropriate funding source.
Okay, I think that being transparent with the community with the amount of money that we are committing to serve and address the needs of Black students is really important, because our budget reflects our values, and they need to see where our values lie.
Understood.
Yeah, and I want to just finish my point. What Chris has alluded to, I just want to make sure it's crystal clear, at least when I spoke to Chris. I think that it has been identified, the funding source, in terms of, there's two options, right? The excerpt plan,
Okay.
and then the second source will be the general fund. So it's going to come out of one of those two. And I think that it's important to identify that there are funding source that has been identified. We're just not sure which one it's coming from, or maybe coming from both. So I think if we identify it like that, it will clear the public's misunderstanding. And then also say, okay, we have committed this amount of funding to fund the project or the resources that will be directly toward Black kids. And I think that we should know that number. And it doesn't mean that we're going to use the total budget for Black kids, but at least we should have an idea toward that. And I think that's the frustration with some of the board members, if not all of us. And then the community has concern on that regard as well, because it's unclear. So when it's unclear, it's really misleading in a lot of people's mind and creates a lot of frustration. So I think if you know the funding source, just identify them, and then also states, these are the funding that we have available toward this intended plan or project or resources for Black kids. I think it's critical for us to state and to identify them on the next report. And I request that to happen. And if it's not possible, please share with us.
Point taken.
And can I add on another topic to it? I know that she has to leave, and I don't want to,
But she's welcome to get up and leave whenever she.
okay,
she would.
okay. And I think that it's critical for us to really think deep about the paraeducators situation,
Okay,
because we,
can't get into this stuff.
what is that?
This is negotiations and not on the agenda. So this is if you, this isn't the time.
Okay, so I can't speak on that behalf?
No, not now, not at this moment, please.
Okay, because it's, okay.
How do you feel about
Well, can I talk about how I feel about it? I'm not demanding, I'm just thinking, because there's,
No, it's not,
Hundreds
it's not
of-
appropriate, and I will follow up with you and we will go through why.
Right, the one thing we want to be careful is we don't want to get into the habit of responding to public comment the night that it happens. Because we don't respond to, because it's not an agendized item. Some of what they spoke to is related to negotiations, and we'll be working through that piece. But we just got to make sure we're not in the habit of that the board doesn't respond to unagendized topics during the meeting that we receive those public comments. That's piece we have to be.
okay, well,
motion? Can we talk about?
It's negotiations, that's a closed session item.
okay, so it's under negotiation, so we cannot talk about it, period, or?
Negotiations are a closed subject item. Mr. Fortini, you want to clarify more?
Yeah, you know, I don't want to be nitpicky. What the parent was speaking to tonight.
Your microphone's not on, sir.
What the parent was speaking to tonight had elements of negotiations, but there were other elements. There was recruitment in there. And we can talk about recruitment. What are we doing?
Right, I was gonna
We
talk
can-
about that.
We can ask for recruitment to be addressed in a future agenda.
Okay.
Yes, that would be appropriate, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
He spoke about the impact of not having aides on the implementation of his child's IEP. That's another area that could be discussed. Pay is of all the things that I heard, it really came down. Pay was the only negotiable. The other items that were addressed, they could be discussed.
Nothing can be discussed. Something can be asked to be put on a future agenda and voted upon. That's how we would handle it.
I totally understand that. My statement was they
No,
could
no,
be
no, I'm
discussed.
just trying to clarify for him. I appreciate your help.
So if I would to say, put it on an agenda, what we includes the paraeducators to be part of brainstorming, how do we recruit more paraeducators? Is that something we could put on the,
You would like a presentation on recruitment efforts?
yeah. That includes, but also
Sure, yeah.
included the paraeducators
Okay.
to be part of that committee of how to recruit.
If, Sean, if you want to make a motion, we can vote on that, but I do need to add a piece to that,
Sure.
and that is that the thing that will fix our lack of paras, or the thing that will go towards fixing it, it's pay, and pay is negotiable. So it's like.
I don't want
we
to,
can
well,
do-
I don't want to talk about pay because we are under,
all the talk about recruitment means nothing if you keep the same pay level.
well, that's another discussion in that area because we under negotiations and we can't talk about that. I'm not going to talk about it.
I have a proposal. So we could do a report on our current status with regards to paraeducators, the numbers that we have, and the processes that we're currently using with regards to recruitment, and ideas for future recruitment. And we could have that conversation and allow the board to provide feedback with regards to that. We could certainly do that.
I like that, Chris. The only thing I would like to ask to make sure it's on there is what we have done that has had work and what has not worked, and what are we going to do in the future as a change to make sure that we have improvement. But that's my ask, that make sure we have that in the report. So I don't need to make a motion, or do I need to make a motion?
You'd like to move.
Okay,
You have a report.
all right. So I like to move on a motion for next meeting or future
For a
meeting.
future meeting.
For future meetings, that we have a report on recruitment of parent educators, on the past process that we have practiced, of what have worked and what did not work, and what do we intend to change to make it work, just to
Okay,
recruit.
that's enough.
Yeah.
And you can,
Okay.
you'll speak with Mr.
Is that clear?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a first by Mr. Yang and a second by Mr. Perez. You know, we are back to, I guess, because we're on video, I can't do all in favors. Mr. Fortuna?
Yeah, I'm going to vote no, because unless you deal with pay, it is a waste of time.
Okay, I really want to get away from like discussing and voting at the same time. It's just a bad practice, and it's nothing against you, Mr. Fortuna. I appreciate your comment.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have a comment? And then we can take, I understand where Mr. Yang sits and Mr. Perez sits, obviously by the fact that they were included in party making the motion.
Let's just vote.
Okay, keep going. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Alier?
I would like a future report, yes.
Okay. Oh, I didn't start you. I'm sorry. Ms. Nguyen? Aye. Thank you. Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Yes, that's 4 of them.
Yes, and I. So we will put that on a future agenda item. Thank you. All right.
Oh, I'd like to make the motion that in closed session, we deal with these
No, this
issues.
isn't appropriate. It's not appropriate, sir. Please don't.
I'm making a motion.
No,
Can't make a motion.
no, you
to
can't
go
make a
into closed
motion about
session.
something that
Before
happens in
closed
closed
session,
session.
Alice?
No.
No?
No, I'm already gonna, no. But please,
The
when you do your
negotiations,
one-on-one,
we'll
speak to
take care of
Mr. Hoffman,
negotiations.
please.
We'll take
Speak
care of
to Mr. Hoff-
negotiations.
Speak to
Well,
Mr. Hoffman in your one-on-one.
I'm very concerned of all these
everybody-
prices that have
yes.
been brought up to the board tonight, and we need to deal with it as soon as possible.
Mr. Perez, please.
Okay?
All right, I adjourn at 10:13.
I have some of that. Again, you're cutting us off. I requested a.
Stop it yelling.
No.
Lower your voice, lower,
Cutting us off.
lower your voice, Mr. Perez, lower your voice. Please act appropriately.
Yes, you
Speak
cannot
into your
cut the meeting
microphone.
without a voice vote. to
I
adjourn.
can adjourn a meeting without a voice vote. We asked for other items from the
I have 2
floor.
comments I want to speak on. They're
Well,
very
you will need
important.
to lower your voice and speak to your mic, and we will listen to you, sir.
Again, I
Lower your voice.
I don't think it's appropriate to close the meeting without a voice vote. I received some letters regarding the Attorney General from the United States Attorney General. They want a partnership among federal, state, local, tribal, territorial law enforcement to address threats against schools,
Please quit yelling.
administrators, board members, teachers, and staff. They want a meeting. There's coordination going on with partnerships among federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement to address threats against school administrators, boards, members, teachers, and staff. So I want to give you this so you could give my fellow board members this announcements if they want to listen to this on the YouTube.
Get it to me, I'll put it in the Friday package.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Pass that down. Also, there's going to be an important meeting on data on COVID-19 vaccines for children 5 through 11. That's going to be in this month. So I'd like you to share this with my fellow board members and the community that want to hear the hearing on vaccines for children 5 to 11 that's coming up this month. That's going to be October 14th.
Pass it on down, we'll take care of it.
Thank you very much.
Meeting adjourned 10:15.
Thank you.